May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Hey, I'm about to make all the mics live. Anything you say will be put on the air. So, just FYI. Anything else? All right.
Could do what Larry had and typically does that. He'll already have it handy and be like, he'll walk up and
I somehow forgot my pen.
I will tell you what Larry said. You are an attorney. You can't decide. But Larry always says, all we need is your name clearly, and that's it. It's not those cars. I didn't think it was. Brandon said, I was like, that was y'all's fault.
Mama, you?
I was about to say, mine's all faded. I was going to ask you too. I lost mine, Jamie. Yeah, mine all right.
You don't like my pens. I'm playing them. What, here, you want to...
Thank you, man. I don't know, that she like red.
Would you like orange? Because you don't like my black or my blue because it's too heavy. You bitch about it being too heavy.
Like green. Okay, how many agenda items are being passed? None. No.
Which one would you like?
Thank you, man. Okay, this one's wonderful. I really appreciate it. Good work. Yes, sir. I don't know how long it's going to be. She didn't go to Baton Rouge. I kind of figured it
At least she's in my yes. Me too.
Getting rid of coffee or something.
We got to revise
Like now I feel like my tears are that's the one that, yeah.
that. Yeah, no, I did pull Robin over here though because I didn't want to be by myself.
So we can leave it. Like, let's see what the.
No, yeah. Wait, so behind there? Okay, that's fine.
Well, and David.
Intermittent. So
That's the three people who need to be talking right now.
could go on.
Oh, where's the restaurant? You know better than me. All right, wait for me to come back. Morning, morning. Hey, man. Oh, man.
Graduated.
Oh, well, it's been busy the last couple of weeks. From college, congratulations.
Yeah, had a party up.
Oh, congrats. Thank you. I know you would. Thank you. All right.
Over the years.
Right. Right. No, it is very different. It's fascinating.
It's hard yeah, I want
Yeah, I've toured a lot of our facilities. I've been
My chick.
Don't worry.
Y'all are faithful.
turbines, we were threatened by terrorism. That went away, I think. You know, so I mean, I think
Well, predecessor to you, a couple back. Terrible problem.
never going to sell.
I felt sorry for the guy. He got caught in that. I mean, all of these things. What I
Details. But that's what I do get continuous emails. People want after it because it is well done. It is good. But the reality is that the elements our system.
John Paul. They're all around you. They're with themselves, you know, and
I don't think anybody.
okay? I need to figure it out. I want to say Blanco all the time.
Like a my father used to say. He used to say, "Lay like Chevrolet."
Oh, okay. All right, I can remember this.
I saw you last night. I didn't want to jump in. Nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you.
All right, keep your phone
Instead of just calling you calculator.
You bet. Yeah. Just one of you, Heather. Yeah. That's a mouthful too.
Anyway, I get like.
Well, yeah, I would just add it to the.
What I would do is just, I would
Well, they
simplify.
said
Yeah, this.
You just say,
they were gonna.
Catherine will do both, but
Yeah, that's it. It's what I sent you.
yeah, but I don't want to have it to where we're doing the, I don't just want to.
Because I want to get away from every single story.
Let's call it the Louisiana Energy Competition.
Good thing.
But it's still going to be.
Yes.
And then
One, two, three, and I'm like, take it.
Need more salt, piece of paper.
I will.
so look, this one's Meta, this one's CCO,
Couple fair.
but Catherine's prepared to read both.
Okay.
Okay, all right. And
we got bad ruling from the first.
we're supposed to move this, which one is it right now?
Thank you.
The short one, which is under reports. Okay, all right. So we've moved that report up.
Yeah. And I'll tell Catherine she'll take care of it.
We still got
So
Foster.
you
Did he
didn't
come in
expect
last
me
night?
to give these?
Yeah, he was.
Or do you want me to give you another one?
I didn't see it.
Ready to go back?
Yeah.
I can do breakfast. Good morning, everybody. By the way, Mike, all the microphones are hot.
Okay.
Put through the complete process.
The motions for Meta.
Where's my thing?
Okay.
I'm missing my little thing. I'm missing my little thing that,
Just hit the table.
all right. Well, we're waiting on,
Tucson's here.
I know you're good to the restroom.
We'll wait for him to come back from the restroom.
I wouldn't be surprised Campbell would be 30 minutes late. So we could get started and do a 15.
Whatever you say. There he is.
How are you?
Yeah.
Y'all ready?
You want Mayor President to speak from up here or to speak at the microphone?
Wherever she's most comfortable. Ask her where she wants to.
Whatever makes her happy.
Okay.
Ouch.
You want to do the pledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Perfect.
Everybody did a pretty good
We'll
order.
go up to the microphone when you.
All right. Okay. There's a nice, polite crowd here today. Thank you all for being so punctual. Let's call the meeting to order. This, what we got, this is May already, 2025. So, welcome to Lafayette. Let's start out as we usually do with the recognizing our Creator, the God of this world, and Commissioner Lewis. So would you lead us to prayer?
Absolutely. Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day. Thank you for all of us being able to have our hearts and minds clear. As we do your business, your work, we are reminded of what you call us in Micah 6 and 8, to love mercifully, to walk humbly, and to act justly amongst all your people. May you guide us and be with us as we make hard decisions today. But as you lead us into your word and into the land of hope and opportunity, that every child of God may be able to prosper. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. By the way, if, just in case y'all, make sure your phones are on, you don't want to miss a call, all right? Let's do the pledge. Commissioner Scametta.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We got 4 out of 5 of us here, and I understand Campbell's on the way. And we got a special treat here today. It's a beautiful place, and I really like the setup. I want to introduce the Mayor President of Lafayette Parish. And she's just been here not too long, yes, over a little over a year or so. And I know a lot of us will remember some of her family members, but it's Monique Blanco Boulay. Did I got that right? So Monique, why don't you come up and give us a little welcome speech?
Well, so I want to welcome all of you to Lafayette. I want to also welcome all of you. There's a lot of excitement you can feel in the air. You guys must have some really good business. The Public Service Commission is close to my heart. It was part of Mama's path, by all means. And so I want to thank you for what you do. I want to thank you for accepting Jean-Paul, one of our Lafayette assets, into the fold, and I know you guys do really good work, and it is central to who we are as a state and how we grow, the decisions you make. So thank you for what you do, for the time you take, and for all of you, for what you bring to the table and how you bring it. All of that is very important. Welcome to Lafayette. Hopefully you get to get out and get some good lunch today. We've got great spots. If you need help, you can go upstairs, and my staff can help you. But Lafayette's a great place. We have a lot of growth here, a lot of good things happening, a lot of excitement as well. So we're happy to have you. Enjoy the facilities. It's really kind of cool seeing somebody else's crowd fill this room. Happy it's not mine. But again, welcome, and thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Okay. Commissioner Crusoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Parish President, I know she's very humble, but Lafayette is one of the fastest growing parishes in the state of Louisiana. It's under her leadership that we're seeing at this point, not just the growth, which is not just anecdotal. We're seeing thousands of residents move here, but we're also seeing the infrastructure improvements to kind of keep up with the growth. There's a lot of parishes around the state that are suffering from that lack of foresight, which they're all trying to play catch up right now. And we've had the good fortune of Monique both being the former executive at the Acadiana Planning Commission, but now in another leadership position for our parish. So I wanted to thank her for helping to basically make Lafayette one of the shining lights in the state of Louisiana. And I have offered your services to parish presidents around the state and to council members around the state who are looking for those ordinances that have helped us grow at the right speed, with the right infrastructure, with the right water, gas, and electric utilities. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for welcoming the crowd to Lafayette.
Monique, I might also add, you have the Lafayette Utility System, LUS, and you provide your own electricity service for most of the parish. And I've checked you out. And, Louisiana has some of the lowest rates and the best reliability in the country. And your rates and your reliability are right there in step with everyone else. So congratulations on that. And I know you got some challenges in the future to grow that, just like you grow the parish. And we got a lot of wise people in this room who know a lot about the electricity business. So we'd love to help you in any way we can to keep Lafayette on top. And now with JP here, you got another hand. I think you'll enjoy him. And thanks again. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have some announcements, Catherine?
The only announcement I have, Commissioner, is that we're going to move the report for SPP and SWEPCO to the front. But other than that, no, sir.
Yes, at the request of Commissioner Campbell, we have some reports, and we want to talk about the SPP. I guess load shed up in Shreveport, and so Commissioner Campbell,
By the way, your microphone's going to be hot the whole time. Just
Commissioner Campbell, welcome to the crew. Okay, before we get into that subject matter, we do have a couple of announcements. Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to bring to awareness once again this month about the LAHEAP program. We recently saw in the budget bill that the president has requested Congress to zero out this program. As we know, LAHEAP provides essential financial assistance helping low-income households afford energy costs and preventing disconnections. In FY23, Louisiana served over 100,000 households, highlighting the urgent need for increased funding to support our most vulnerable populations. We saw that heating assistance in our cool months, in our warm months was around $474, and for our summer months, around $380. These are crucial for families struggling to meet their energy needs. And so I would encourage that all of us who work in this industry, the utilities, as commissioners, call upon our congressional delegation to recognize the importance of LAHEAP and continue pushing our delegation to fund this program. I think we should also talk about a new allocation of funds, and I want to thank the utilities that have participated, Entergy for one, going to Congress and talking about this program, and I encourage everyone else to please send a note because we know how important LAHEAP is for our most vulnerable Louisianians. So I just wanted to bring that to awareness, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, you got it.
I want to thank Commissioner Couson for a great party last night. I think we kind of had a tie between Toledo Bend and Lafayette, so we really put some pressure on Commissioner Lewis next time, okay? All right. We always enjoy going down to New Orleans area for Commissioner Scametta and up to Natchitoches for Commissioner Campbell, so those days will come. Any other announcements? Catherine, anybody? Hearing none, I guess we'll move on to the reports. And so we need to call some folks up.
Yes, sir. So we're going to move to exhibit number 9, and we're going to start with the report from SPP, SWEPCO, and staff regarding the 2025 load shed events. And I would just recommend that we start with SPP and SWEPCO, but that's up to the commission as to who we'd like to start with.
So let's.
He's bringing up the staff.
I got a directive. We get Brandon to read it out.
You want me to read it before we start, Foster?
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, I guess we'll call them up, but this directive from Foster. I directed an after-action review of SWEPCO's outages on April 2nd and 26th of 2025 be performed in accordance with LPSC General Order Number R32786, Attachment A, Section 3. In conducting this review, the staff, assisted by consultants and special counsels retained for SPP monitoring, shall review and report on the following. 1, the causes, including the root causes of SWEPCO's outages and SPP's load shed orders. 2, recommendations for remedying any of the causes identified. 3, whether notifications to and communications with the commission and customers regarding the outages were in compliance with the general order number R32786 and any other applicable orders or requirements. 4, recommendations for improvements to communication protocols. 5, whether any fines, penalties, or monetary damages are warranted pursuant to Section 8 of Attachment A of the general order number R32786 pursuant to any other provision of law. The staff shall deliver its after-action report by July 9, 2025, and it should be placed on the agenda to be discussed at the August 2025 B&E.
Mr. Chairman, that's a directive that I've got to tell the staff to check and do their work and get back with a report in in July. I'll make it available to everybody in August. And we'll talk about it. Maybe everybody in this room doesn't realize, but a little town of Haughton, Louisiana, east of Bossier City, about 10 miles. If you don't know where that is, that's where Dak Prescott graduated from high school. He plays for the Dallas Cowboys now. But anyway, we were out of electricity for about 6 or 7 hours, and we wasn't notified like we should have been. And I just want to check this out, look at it, because a lot of my constituents want to know if there's any money that, a lot of them had big restaurants and they were closed down for the night. I could understand that. What's the possibility of redeeming any of that lost revenue? So I would hope that we could get this done by July, what was it, Brendan?
July 9th.
July 9th, and I'll make it available to all of y'all. And then we'll have it on the agenda in August, our August meeting. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess we would start with SPP first, representatives, if you guys have questions for them, if you guys could come to the podium.
Well, welcome to Lafayette, Louisiana. See, we got one local, maybe two locals. I don't know if I understand.
And just before they get started, can we, for the record, just confirm that there was no opposition to Commissioner Campbell's motion?
What's that?
Or, excuse me, directive?
Okay, let's let him, let's say who you are, where you from, and where you going, all right?
Andy Ezel with the Ezel Law Firm representing SPP.
Paul Susky, Executive Vice President and General Counsel of SPP. Thank you for the invitation to be here.
Antoine Lucas, Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer at Southwest Power Pool.
Antoine, where are you from?
I'm from beautiful Lake Providence, Louisiana.
Lake Providence?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's in Commissioner Campbell's district, so y'all, that's good. I'm glad to hear you have a local here to answer some of his questions.
I am. They call me a northerner. Folks down here call me a northerner.
You're almost in Arkansas. So.
Paul, you're from Little Rock. So,
Yes, sir. Little Rock, Arkansas, and 14 years ago, I sat in the seat you sit in today for the Arkansas Public Service Commission.
Well, I know you got a lot of experience, and that's what we needed at the RTOs, and I'm glad to see you have Andy. We're familiar with Andy's work. He represents a commission on several different issues, and glad to see him here working with you, especially on something like an issue like this. So Commissioner Campbell, you got some questions?
Yeah, I have some questions for SPP. A good many questions, so you don't have to ask them all back, but write them down or something. How many people, how many states does SPP serve?
So SPP serves our RTO market in all or parts of 14 states. It goes from the Canadian border down to Louisiana and Texas. And we're currently looking at expanding that market to 4 more states in the Western Interconnect.
How many customers is it? You have an idea?
18 million
18 million.
in the RTO footprint.
You have about 72,000 miles of transmission line. How many substations do you have? 5,292, is that correct?
That's correct.
How many generating plants are in the SPP system?
I think just shy of about 1,000.
You're close for Lake Providence. That's good. 1,000. You missed it by 7, but that's all right. When do you tell people to shed load? When do you call up someone and tell them to shed the load?
Typically, we would make that decision and that communication once we know that, that a load shed is imminent. We would provide that information first internally, and then our internal communications folks would then begin their processes to share that information.
You are aware that SPP has the last resort, twice in the last month, they've shed load in SWEPCO's area. 30,000 customers without electricity. How is it that you had two of them in 1 month if they're very seldom you have them?
Yeah, so the first outage was driven primarily by outages to the transmission system caused by weather, high and strong winds that took out a number of transmission facilities in the area. With the loss of those transmission facilities, it caused voltage to decrease to unsafe levels. And whenever that occurs, you have to either find other ways to bring the voltage up, which could be utilizing generators to do that, or shed load to match, to bring the voltage levels back up to a stable level.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That was the April 2nd. On April 26th, we had a number of outages still in that area, both transmission and generation as well. But we experienced much higher than forecasted demand in the area, as well as much higher flows of energy along our seam with our neighbor within that area as well, which creates a very similar condition, low voltage, that then requires measures to be taken to increase the voltage in that area. In this case, load shed was the only real viable option due to the time that it would take to either bring transmission lines back into service or to bring additional generators online to be able to provide that voltage support.
Have you ever had load shed two times in 1 month, the same utility?
I am not aware of that ever occurring.
That's not a good sound. Never happened before?
Not that I'm aware of. No, sir.
You got 14 states in the SPP, and all the way from North Dakota all the way down to Louisiana. And this little area is at Haughton, Louisiana, and a little bit over in Shreveport, 30,000 people. And that's never happened before, where you had two of them outages the same day, the same month. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct.
What are you doing to make sure that it happens again? Excuse me.
Yeah, well, what's unique in that area, it's what we call a load pocket. And what that basically means is that it's an area that has more demand than can be met by importing energy or reliability support from other areas. It means that it requires some support from local assets. So that makes it more of a local type of an issue or a challenge. What we have been facing, I think industry-wide, is higher demand on transmission systems that create more stress on those systems. And it requires us to really focus on maintaining the facilities that we have to be able to meet those challenges. We primarily take measures during what we call the shoulder months, the non-peak periods of the year, to perform maintenance on those transmission and generating facilities to get them in tip-top shape before we go into peak periods like the summer. Okay, so that's really what makes that area unique and susceptible to those types of issues. What we have been focused on since the event to try and address that is to focus on ways that we may be able to spread those outages out over a longer time period to be able to ensure more of those assets are in service in the event that we face the kind of conditions that we saw on these two occasions. Now, I must say, when we do that, something we have to be really careful about is the consideration that when we spread those outages, that means that more facilities may be out of service at the beginning of a shoulder period, so let's say right after the winter ends. And then also, potentially at the end of the shoulder period. So for spring, that's right before summer begins. And the closer you get to those edges, you can create some additional risk that you may have a cold snap early spring, or you may have a heat wave late spring. But that's one measure that we plan to put in place, is to create more conservative operations there. Also, to keep some generation, additional generation online within those pockets that can act as a mitigating support resource in the event we see these types of conditions in the future. That does have some cost implications, but it does improve reliability. So great deal of focus on balancing affordability and reliability and using those tools to support us there.
Do you consider intentionally shutting off power to residents and businesses to be an acceptable way to manage transmission grid?
So we never want to have to shed load. In the event that we do shed load, it is to avoid larger and more significant outages that could impact more customers. Specifically in the situation of voltage instability, that has the potential to damage grid assets, and that could cause much longer outage times. So we try to be, we try to minimize the amount of impact on customers, and sometimes that puts us in a position to reduce service for a smaller set of customers to prevent wide-scale reliability issues.
How many other states do you have? This occur a lot in the 14 states that you have. How many times does this occur?
I will say it's rare, but I will say this spring, about the same time as these two outages, we had an outage in New Mexico. They have the same situation. They have a load pocket, and they're abutted in this unique location. Like Louisiana, New Mexico had transmission on outage for maintenance. They had generation on outage for maintenance, and they had a load shed as well. So it's not just unique to Louisiana, it's a national challenge that we're trying to find ways to mitigate that risk, while at the same time preserving the integrity of the nation's electric grid. I'd like to emphasize something that Antoine pointed out. You do limited load shed to stop broad load shed. In 1965, 30 million Americans lost electricity in the Northeast because of a cascading event that wasn't stopped locally for short times. I wasn't alive then, so I don't recall, but I will say I do remember 2003, the New England blackout. 50 million Americans were out of power that cascaded. It went into Canada. Some Canadian customers didn't have power for 2 weeks, and some in the United States for 2 days. So part of it is it's the last step that we have to take under national standards, but to ensure that it does not cascade and get much worse.
Are you, you shouldering the responsibility of this, or you want to shift a little bit to SWEPCO? Sounds like you want to put SWEPCO in the.
I don't think there's responsibility of anybody, particularly or any deal. This is a number of factors. It's load forecast. It is outages that you have to take to maintain the facility so you can keep the lights on in the summer. It's a combination of issues that lead to this, not just one or two issues. It's very complex.
So would you say shutting load twice in the same community or North Louisiana, would you say that's real rare, very rare?
Yeah, if you look at history, yes, that's rare.
Well, that doesn't make those people happy up there. And I'm not trying to pick you. I'm just telling you, I got a lot of phone calls, a lot of people are hot. I can't say this is two of the outages. It's the only time in the history that this has happened to the SPP. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, to my knowledge, this is the first time we've had a localized load shed twice in one area,
Well,
in a month, I'll say.
telling my constituents that it's not satisfying them, and they want some results, and I want some results too. I would like SWEPCO to come up here.
Like SWEPCO?
Ask if there's any further
What,
questions.
I think we have some other questions for these, if you don't mind, Commissioner Campbell. I think Commissioner Scametta is next.
Yeah. Sorry, I got a little bit of a bronchitis thing going here, so I might cough a little bit. You know, nobody argues that the grid should not be protected, number one. I think that's it. But I think you would both agree, Antoine and Paul, I think both of you would agree that a lot has changed since 1960. I think that utilities and co-ops, investor-owned utilities and co-ops have developed a lot of technology that internally protects their system. And so it balances that interrelationship between our RTOs and utilities. So the risk associated with cascade events is diminished. I know that there was a cascade event in Southern California, which was a differential more based on the actual units going out than the transmission grid going out. So I would say that my concerns about, particularly in this case on this RTO, is the weather predictive capacity of SPP, in that the differential, as I understand it, you want to talk about weather, but it was really temperature on this last event. And it was a 6-degree temperature variation that drove this blackout. I don't like to call it load shedding. That's like calling, you know, an airplane crash an event. You know, it's just, you know, it's the words mean things. But so a 6-degree temperature variation caused this as part of the causation, because I know it's a multiple event issue. The other issue is effective resource planning, because it's my understanding, and we'll talk to SWEPCO about this, but SWEPCO, as I understand it, notified SPP, I think 3 months in advance of they're going to take units out for maintenance. So it's scheduled maintenance, not emergency outages that they took out. So SPP is aware of this thing. So, you know, the proper resource planning of what they're going to replace that with, I think, is a factor in the adequacy of power that was going to be there to replace those baseload power systems and what they were going to rely on. And I think that it's pretty clear that the reliability of those units were a lot of passive power that was subject to hyper variability that was a problem. So my concerns about this is that when utilities were in a pre-RTO world and they did not adequately plan or adequately manage and caused a system blackout, the commission was in a position to where if we found that they didn't do things right, we could fine their stockholders and we could return credits to the ratepayers. But we're in a position where we can't do that to you because the relationship is between you and the utilities. But what I do think we have a problem with, and I think this is a significant problem, not just for you, but for all RTOs, is that I think, for a better way of putting it, you don't have any skin in the game. And that is, you have the flexibility to have a narrow predictive pattern of, you're going to try and predict the weather and not have I would call it a significant variability in what you think the weather is going to do, so you can meet the needs of what those weather patterns might be, whether it be a 6-degree or a 10-degree, or relying on what could happen and having a buffer on that to make sure you have adequate power. And then on the other aspect is on the actual components of power necessary to serve the load that's coming out of the system. So allowing SWEPCO, who notifies you that they want to take powers out and they're going to take it apart and it's going to be laying all over the garage when you need it, that tell them they're going to take it out, to tell them, well, why don't you just take one unit out and then 6 months later take another unit out so we don't have to rely on passive power systems to replace this power. Shows me that there is a laissez-faire approach to what you're going to try and put in your adequacy of power to replace the resources necessary to do this. And again, it's because you don't have skin in the game. Because I can tell you, as a commissioner who was here before RTOs, that the utilities always worked extra hard to make sure nothing went out. And we had very few blackouts because they knew that if they were going to do it, they're going to get hit. But you don't get hit. And so, I think that it is absolutely imperative that, these failures to perform, to me, adequately, in Louisiana law, we would call it that you did not, or you're impeded in the cause of the contract, that you're not meeting your obligations, because your interpretation of it is you're too narrow in your weather predictability, you're too non-attentive to your resource planning, and to be perfectly honest, I think that this commission should look at a path to require the utilities that if they don't meet, meaning RTOs of any kind, if they don't meet a certain standard of providing for accurate patterns of predictability and accurate planning of resource profile, that the utility should reduce the amount of money they pay you. I remember Foster was talking about y'all having the Taj Mahal and knee-deep carpets and foot-long shrimp and all this, but the reality is you get paid. And you could call that your nonprofit, but you are earning, and you earn a lot of money from this. But you should earn money on the basis of knowing that if you don't do your job, that you're going to get your revenue stream trimmed. You may not have to pay us back, but you're going to get less money for failure. So for me, predictive models need to be ones that expand the risk parameter, that we need to know what could happen and put in a buffer to make sure we provide for that. And resource planning has to be to provide for adequate baseload power, and risk needs to be based on that and making sure that we balance the passive power issue with what needs to be reduced by proper planning. So, this commission should actually look at, and I think the staff needs to come back and talk to me, and they can talk to Commissioner Campbell and anybody else, about what we can work on with our utilities to make the RTOs perform like we used to require the utilities to do, and to make them on a performance-based mechanism, because otherwise to do so is tantamount to unjust enrichment. You shouldn't get paid for something and then do the collective oops. There should be a trimming of your revenue stream. Anyway, that's it.
Ms. Bowman.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this. Is there a written procedure to follow when we have a condition like this with the RTO for the commission to follow to investigate?
Yes, sir, we do have an order, and that was part of the directive that Commissioner Campbell.
All we need to do is just request that we follow and look into that procedure and get some.
Yes, sir, that would be a first step, which is part of the directive that there was no opposition to earlier.
Okay, good.
And it's
All
called
right.
an after-action review.
Good,
And then
okay.
so staff can start that immediately.
Okay. I think the next thing would be to call SPP. I got one final question. Wait.
Oh, you good now?
I got a question too.
I want to ask Antoine, it says, people in Lake Providence, is that it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I know that's in a different RTO, but if you had to call home and tell your people you were raised around in Lake Providence, what is an RTO? What does RTO do? Can you explain that in 2 or 3 sentences?
Sure.
All right.
Sure. So as a RTO, our essential focus is leveraging the collective assets and resources of a large group of utilities and others to be able to optimize those resources to be able to provide enhanced reliability and affordability for consumers. It's much cheaper for utilities to be able to serve their customers by leveraging that larger group than they could do individually. So we create economies of scale that produces value, that helps keep costs down and keep systems more reliable.
All right, thank you. Okay, I guess that's all we have.
I got a question.
Okay, here we got, Campbell got another one. Commissioner Campbell?
I'm the one that made the speech he was talking about foot-deep carpet. When I went up there to see you guys, I never was so embarrassed by the facilities that you have, and it's paid for by the people. That's the most lavish working conditions I've ever seen in my life. I expected, you know, white walls and things that pertain to, like utility companies. It's not, your headquarters is not utility. It's better. I've been in the Waldorf Astoria. It's better than that. It's better than anything I've ever been in, really. And I ask questions. You have directors sitting up there, and your guys are all talking, and we have to ask our staff basically what it meant, or how, what are you doing, or how do you want us to vote? I didn't feel comfortable at all about that. So I quit and appointed him. I thought it was wasteful, and I'm not trying to pick on you. I just thought the whole atmosphere was anti-consumer and pro-utility company and management. That's just how I felt. But anyway, you're talking about this study that we have will answer a lot of questions. Brenda, the study that we have will ought to answer a lot of Schemeta's questions.
Yes, I think so. I think a lot of the questions.
You're going to have it in July, and you'll have it. And hopefully it will get to the bottom of it. I'm not mad at you. It's just hard to tell people what happened. The lights went off.
You got a question?
And a guy owned a big restaurant said, what am I supposed to do about all my business? What I tell him. Small businesses, as you know, restaurants are hard to keep in business anyway. It's a very touchy industry. This guy's got a great restaurant, and he was out of electricity on a Saturday night, spring night, Saturday night, when people go out to eat, and he lost a lot of business. So hopefully this study that we're doing will come up with some answers, and I'll have it by the middle of next month, and I'll pass it out to everybody, let you look at it, and see if we can figure out what exactly is going wrong.
Okay, Commissioner Lewis has some questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for being here. I know we've covered it, so I'm not going to belabor it. Can you identify for me exactly how your forecasting model works? And what were you looking at? I know recently your chief, your CEO has said this has been a difficult 2025, and so I'm curious how you plan to adjust your forecasting models, knowing that you've had now these two events, especially here in Louisiana, but could happen elsewhere in the market.
So I'll speak to the first event, which for our forecasting, that issue wasn't related to forecasting. It was just a really powerful storm that took out infrastructure. In the second event, as I think Commissioner Scrimeta pointed out, we saw higher temperatures than what was forecasted in our models, that we then kind of correlate to forecast what the impact of that higher temperature would be on consumption in the area, so the demand, how much it would increase. We saw an increase of 300 megawatts above forecast because of that temperature change. 5 to 6 degrees may not sound like a lot, but that's a significant change or increase in demand. That 300 megawatts represents about a 17% increase in the demand in the pocket for that area. We do continue to work to try and refine and predict the weather as much as possible, but that's not the best solution. The best solution and the long-term solution is we need more infrastructure in that area. That's what's going to provide the support and the resilience that consumers need to avoid this situation. It takes a very long time to build that infrastructure. I mean, load can grow in a matter of days, months, weeks, maybe a couple years, but it takes several years to get infrastructure in place. So what do we do in the interim? In the interim, that's where we focus on these operational approaches, like the conservative operations that I discussed earlier, and also Commissioner Scrumetta mentioned. We will focus on more conservative operations to try to spread the risk a little bit over a wider window instead of more aggressively pursuing those lower demand periods. That's going to be one of the biggest solutions. And then another is when I talk about reducing those outages, that's transmission and generation. On the generation side, we will keep more generation online as an insurance policy of sorts, and try to manage the costs associated with that as best we can.
No, thank you, and that was actually a segue into my kind of next question that I was interested about, since this was, at what point do you notify, or what point in your forecasting models did you see a need to potentially put some of these generation facilities back online? I mean, was that any part of, or was it just too far gone in that period at that point?
Yeah, we noticed, we identified the need within the operating day, the April 26th, when we saw the issue. Unfortunately, we could not bring transmission facilities back online within the time frame needed, or additional generation. Most of this generation has long lead times. It takes time to get the units turned on and able to perform. And that is what limited our options and required us to shed load. And Commissioner Scrumetta, when I say load shed versus blackout, we don't intend to use that term lightly. We just try to differentiate a managed or controlled outage as compared to an uncontrolled outage, which is what we typically refer to as a blackout.
Well, I understand that, but the public doesn't think too much of it.
Right.
And that, thank you for that. And I guess this is really where I've been concerned, is basically is transmission capacity, I mean, across the grid. And so what are you looking at in terms of transmission capacity? I mean, that seems to be part of what we're talking about here, in not only here in the state, but across the RTO. I mean, I'm just curious to see where you go with that.
Yeah, so right now in our long-term transmission planning process, we are conducting an evaluation of that Northwest Arkansas area. We call it a target area for the study, focused on what new infrastructure may be beneficial to address some of those needs. We do expect that we will identify transmission reinforcements to support the area. However, we don't make those decisions unilaterally or independently. Those decisions are voted on among our members to move that forward. And then we work with our member utilities to then deliver those projects should they be approved.
Commissioner, I'd like to add that last year, SPP board approved the largest portfolio of transmission in the history of the region of $7.7 billion. It's costly, but that's the realization of the amount of load growth we are seeing as a nation and we're seeing in our footprint, so that we can plan for these situations moving forward.
Thank you. And finally, I'm curious, because as we talk about, I mean, load shedding, I mean, I think this is a problem we're going to all face. And there are some intermediate remedies, potentially. I mean, we just talked about transmission capacity. I know later on we'll talk about energy efficiency here, which can be a tool, as well as demand response. But I'm curious on how you are handling maybe distributed battery storage as a potential option, as well as in your process? How do you accredit it? I'm just very curious about, are we making it advantageous for IPPs to develop other sources to ensure grid stability?
So we as the RTO, we don't do the resource planning. We don't get to dictate in any way what type of resources are brought to our grid or our system. What we do try to do is create a path for those resources to be able to be brought to market by our utilities and other market participants. That usually takes the form of us establishing policy that helps them understand the cost and benefits that they may see of that in the market or for other reliability requirements and measures that they have, so that when they do that planning and work with their states or governing bodies, that they have clarity of what they're actually, what the value of that will be to the RTO. So we're not directly involved in that, but we do our best to support our members' evaluation as best we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To make one point, you just got a new leader, I think you call it president, isn't that right? But the last president who just retired, Barbara Sugg, graduate of Como High School, Lafayette, Louisiana. So, and you're from Lake Providence. So we are serviced locally with people who know our values and our problems and how aggravated we get when we have load shed. So, and I appreciate that. And I've enjoyed working with SPP, and we'll look forward to see what kind of answers we come up with to keep that from happening. Okay, now we want to get to SPP. We have somebody with, with SWEPCO. Anybody with SWEPCO?
I got one more question. I have one more question.
Oh, I'm sorry, one more.
How much does SWEPCO pay y'all to belong to your organization? SWEPCO didn't pay anything. How much does the people pay you to belong to this organization that you say saves money? And I'm not arguing with you. I just would like to get it sort of straight. About how much money did we pay?
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head what it is. It is the de minimis issue is a $6,000 a year membership fee. But the real cost, it would be in the millions, would be our Schedule 1A fee for the services we provide all across the board. And that's based upon how much consumption they have as a part of the footprint.
Would you have any idea? I'm a SWEPCO customer. Nobody else in here is, maybe one or two. I'm asking for me. How much does SWEPCO pay you to belong to your organization?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I do know AEP, which is two companies, are about 12% of our budget.
12%?
They could be more. I'd defer to, I can get that exact number to you if you would like.
Well, I'd certainly like, well, could you give me an estimate, a range, like when they teach you in statistics, a range from what?
I would say AEP would probably be between about 25 and 30 million would be my guess. Now, that's all the AEP companies. One of them is SWEPCO.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about SWEPCO, not AEP.
Yeah, they may be half of that. I'd defer to SWEPCO on what percentage they may have the exact numbers. Just don't have that available today.
Well, it's a lot of money that we're paying you guys to operate. And I'm just telling you, as a politician, it's hard to answer all these questions, you know. And I can tell them to go up to AEP and look at your operation, but I wouldn't want to do that because it's lavish. But you didn't do it, and so but you work there. It's too lavish for what you do. But anyway, that costs money and winds up costing people money, the customers money. That's all I have to ask, but I would like to know how much SWEPCO pays you.
We can get that exact number for you.
Here's the problem. They're the only one that had a problem in the United States that you're in charge of, 14 states. And I had it 2 times in 1 month. And you got 18 million customers. That's how many million that you told me, 18 million. And we're talking about 30,000 that's like 1/100th of 1% or something like that. It's crazy. But anyway, you need to look at this situation. How in the world did this happen in this minuscule little community of Haughton, Louisiana, and Shreveport and South Bossier? How did that happen? How did it slip through? Was it because of the weather? You say, well, it was a little bit hotter than we thought. I'm like Mr. Scametta, you might ought to have a little better planning. And you can't always tell what the weather's going to be, especially in Louisiana. But anyway, I represent the people, and they want to know more about your operation. And I want to know how much SWEPCO is paying you to provide these services. And I think that's all valid questions, but I'd appreciate an answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
We got somebody with SWEPCO here. SWEPCO. SWEPCO. Yep, here they come. Okay, Brett, you came after all there. That's it. Just give us your name and tell us what you do.
Well, I'm Brett Madison. I'm the president of SWEPCO.
I'm Melissa Gage, Vice President of Regulatory and Finance for SWEPCO.
And Bobby Gillum, Counsel for SWEPCO.
I got some questions.
Okay, I just got one. Brett, did you turn the electricity off, or did SPP turn it off?
Well, we were ordered by SPP to turn it off.
Okay, gotcha.
140 megawatts.
You answered my question. Okay, Commissioner Campbell.
Thanks for coming today. I appreciate it. You didn't turn the electricity off because you wanted to. SPP told you to, and you have to follow their rules. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
Does it trouble you, and it's got to, this is the second time in a month that you've had to do that, shed load, correct?
That's right.
And we just heard from SPP that has never happened before, where two little communities have been hit in 1 month. How do I tell the people out of Haughton or in South Bossier that that's never going to happen again?
Well, I don't know that you can say it will never happen again, but I think the beginning of your question, you asked, does it concern me? It absolutely does. I don't ever want to turn anybody's power off. And I've been around this business my whole life, and like you heard SPP say, it's never happened twice in 1 month. Although the reasons were different, it did happen twice in 1 month, on the 2nd of April and the 26th of April.
Is SWEPCO doing everything they can to make sure that never happens again?
Well, one thing I'd like to say.
I understand if you have a tornado or something that's out of your control, an act of God that's out of your control. But I'm talking about something in your control. Are you doing everything you can to make sure that never happens again?
Absolutely. One thing I'd like to mention, and Commission Chair Francis asked about the new SPP president and CEO, it's Lanny Nickel. And so as soon as this happened, I reached out to him. He came down to my office, and he and I had a one-on-one discussion about this. And you heard Antoine talk about 5 to 6 degrees. So the day that April 26th load shed event happened, we had units that would have been available, although we're in a day-ahead market, so they had come offline. And it was actually in November that we put in a request to be able to have other units that Commissioner Scametta talked about, parts laying out in the garage that were actually down for maintenance. They'd been approved since November. So when I was talking to Mr. Nickel, we talked about being less aggressive on a load forecasting, knowing when we have our maintenance scheduled for our utility generators down, and be more conservative so that we're not on the edge. I believe it was Antoine mentioned that, there's generation that they saw was available, but you can't just turn it on with a light switch, especially with a gas unit may take 14, 18 hours to heat all the metal up in the boiler system before you can actually bring it on. So to answer your question, a suggestion I've got, Commissioner Campbell, is that when we think that it's going to be tight, we should have a unit that's designated as a must-run unit, because Commissioner Scametta used the word passive voltage, and so that's exactly what was needed for reliability. We needed VARs on the system, reactive voltage, to support from a reliability perspective. That's something that we need to do. That's different than what we do today.
Let me ask you something. What did you tell the customers? Did you call them up, or did y'all have a way to communicate with them? Because I've been communicating. Did y'all give them a notice you're going to have load shed?
Well, there was no notice in this load shed event because it was classified as an emergency load shed event. So when we get the call, we have our dispatchers that use SCADA, which actually is just an electronic means to take breakers offline in substations, and said we need to drop immediately 140 megawatts of load. So that's what was done. Then once that happens, then you kind of back up and go, okay, what's going on here? Try to figure it out. And then we begin to message our customers. And I know you and I were in constant communication through this whole process, as well as William Bradford that's back here. We communicated with you through the event.
Did you ever contact these people, or, I never got contacted other than by you, but I'm in a little different situation.
Yes, we began to put out messaging to our customers.
You did?
Yes, sir.
When did you put them out?
I believe that, subject to check, I would say between 5 and 6 o'clock, we began sending messages out when we realized the length of time that this was going to take place. Some were off 2 hours, some were off 6 to 7 hours, different circuits.
5 o'clock is when you sent it out?
I said somewhere between 5 and 6 o'clock, I think, is when the first,
okay.
We call them a one voice. I think that's when it may have come out.
Well, it went off. At what time did you think it went off? What time?
Between 3:30 and 4 o'clock on that Saturday PM.
He's got the answer. So you were letting people know about 5 or 6?
Yes, sir.
Foster, I think he's got the answer for you.
Well, this is William Bradford. He's our external affairs guy.
Good morning, Commissioner. From our records, we had the first EONS alert go out at 5:15. We had a first one voice at 5:41. We had a first media alert go out at 5:44. We had emails on the reliability and outage sent at 6:45. We had a website alert and posted in conjunction with the media post. We sent a second one voice at 8:55. We had a second direct-to-customer email on 4/27 at 3 p.m. We had a second media at 9:07 p.m. on Saturday. We had a third one voice Sunday at 12:15. We had a third media alert at 12:19 p.m. We had social media post on April 26th, which was the day of the event, at 6:18 p.m., 8:55 p.m. on the following day at 2:32 p.m. on April 28th at 5:04 p.m.
What did you do for the second outage?
This was in relation to
that the second
This
one?
was April the 26th.
Yes, sir.
What about okay.
I can get you the schedule for the first outage as well.
Okay.
But it will be very similar.
The first outage.
As soon as we have the information that we can relay to the customers.
Did you do the same thing for the first outage?
Yes, sir. We send the same schedule of alerts.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel like the Southwest Power Pool, and it's a sort of a loaded question, is doing what they need to do, or could we move to another MISO or something else? Because some of your district touches over there next to, they joined MISO and SPP. Would that be any kind of remedy? Do you get any better service if you went to MISO?
This point is me. Commissioner Campbell, I don't know that we've investigated moving to MISO and whether or not that would
Melissa,
be better.
move the,
Oh,
thank you.
sorry, Catherine. I would say I think we should do the after-action report. SPP hasn't finished their report on this event, and see if what they're proposing to do going forward is going to solve our issue, and if we feel comfortable that we're going to be able to provide the reliable service to customers that we
You're
want to.
satisfied with SPP?
Well, I'm not satisfied with what has happened in the month of April, no, sir, but I think that they are committing to make changes that will improve our ability to serve.
Well, there's a lot of people that join you. They're not satisfied either. And how you have 2 outages in 1 month is unbelievable. No other place in the United States has that. And you're just a little tiny spot from here all the way to Minot, North Dakota. That's a long ways. That's 1,800 miles. It's hard for me to tell people, well, we belong to a system. Why you belong to it? Well, we provide this energy cheaper, and everybody pools it together. And, well, if everybody pools it together, why wasn't there a little extra to help Haughton? It's a pretty good question. Why wasn't there?
No, I think changes need to be made to improve the process, certainly.
Do you think, is there any way, I didn't get to ask SPP this, but I do, they were sort of blaming, I'm telling you what I heard. SPP was sort of blaming you guys for the fault. I'm not, I don't know who's blaming, but is there any way you can reimburse these people for the trouble they had and the money they lost? Or have y'all thought about that? Is there anything on the horizon? All you have to do is give them credit on the bill. That's an easy function for you guys. Has anybody talked about that, or all the big chiefs not interested in doing that? What's the deal there?
Well, and I can let Bobby speak to this also, but I mean, our tariff that's approved by you all, and I think most utilities, maybe across the country, that we are not liable for damages for interruptions for service. And that's important for the financial health of the utility, and there may be other constructs through which, you know, you can, you regulate us and you regulate our rates, but we're not liable for those damages, and that's specifically in our tariff.
If the electricity was off a couple of 3 days, just say it was, and a lot of people, business was interrupted, y'all wouldn't know anything? You couldn't be sued? I know you can always be sued, but y'all wouldn't step up and say, hey, these are good customers of ours, and we want to do something to try to help out.
Yeah, Commissioners, Bobby Gillum, just very broad questions, and you get legal questions, you got to look at each case and each circumstance and what happened and all that. So we've all seen different kind of lawsuits and cases, but here we're dealing with this case and ordinary operations, and then and scheduled maintenance. I want to emphasize, scheduled maintenance is not a luxury. You have to do it. And if you didn't do it, you could fairly question how we're operating on that. But we did have it, and it resulted, you know, the different circumstances, but it resulted in the shedding event. So
does every company have times that they have to do what you were talking about? The other utility companies, out of the 18 that's in SEP, SWP, other utility companies, your sister companies, they all have to take a couple of months to do whatever you got to do?
They do, absolutely. You got to do it, and if you don't do it, there would be much more serious problems. And you plan ahead, and you do it in shoulder months, like in the fall before it gets cold, and in the spring before it gets really hot. And what you don't want is, for example, something like this, or a breakdown to occur in August. It's 103 degrees outside and high humidity. That's, you know, you got to do the scheduled maintenance to prevent those kind of outages.
What I don't want is any breakdowns. August, January the 1st, or March the 1st. There's no good month to have a breakdown. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Gillum. Thank you. Appreciate you coming. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And I think this study we got coming, that we'll have to you before July the 4th. We will tell you what we found out, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank y'all for coming up.
Mr. Chairman, I got a few questions. Real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Thank you.
Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two questions. What is your what's your overall load right now in SWEPCO?
The role in the breakdown of SWEPCO?
No, what is your current load in SWEPCO's
Current
territory?
load.
Yes.
Our peak is getting close to 5,000 megawatts.
1,000 megawatts.
Summer peak.
And do you have a demand response tariff by chance?
Yes.
We do.
We do.
You do?
Yes.
And so the reason I'm asking out of curiosity is we are getting into what we see these capacity crunches. I wanted to explore with you what kind of conservative options did you use also for customers about conserving energy. I appreciated Mr. Bradford's kind of timeline of the communication, but I'm just curious, did that go into any of the deliberations, discussions, are also part of the future planning processes at SWEPCO?
Commissioner Lewis, we also have what's called curtailable rates. So if you take someone that's a manufacturer and they're going to pay a cheaper kilowatt hour charge, so that if we have a constraint situation and we have time to be able to inform them, we can take them offline and actually curtail that load, which we've got several customers that are on a curtailable rate, which is helpful. Of course, demand response, energy efficiency, but I think we can't get away from the nature of this one, that it was an emergency and you had to do it immediately so that you don't burn up equipment, et cetera.
Right, no, absolutely.
Right.
And this is why I mentioned with SPP about transmission capacity, but I would really like in your next IRP to really address transmission. As you all know, I've been harping about that for 2 years. I think this event showcases the need why we must take transmission planning seriously in the IRP process. While we can't predict, of course, all of the weather and degree temperature changes, but I think having adequate capacity is key right now in this moment, and so I would encourage, at least I'm going to be looking forward in your next IRP process to hear your outlook on transmission and transmission buildup and capacity in your region.
Sure, it'll be comprehensive, and I agree with you. The transmission infrastructure for high voltage needs to be there, as well as we really need to look at the generator that's running when we have these maintenance type situations that occurred.
Great, thank you.
Okay, is there anything else? Hearing none?
We do have one yellow card from the mayor of the town of Haughton who would like to speak.
I got another question.
Okay, go ahead.
Is there any way, Mr. President, this is for you. Is there any way you could have got some emergency power? Do y'all have any of that kind of way?
Yeah, we do. We have emergency generators, large ones, 10, 20 megawatts that we can hook up to a substation. The problem is with that, Commissioner, is it takes multiple hours to get those integrated and hooked up together for a long-term outage. So by the time we could have got that and put it into a substation that was out, the event would have been over, because it may take 8 to 10 hours to sometimes 12 or plus to get those interconnected.
So you didn't think it was worth it?
No, that's not what I said. I said that.
That's what you're telling me, though.
No, sir. What I'm telling you is the time would have been past the load shed event. If we'd have thought that it was going to go into a longer period of time, we definitely would have done that. They're called mobile subs. We would have dispatched those.
But you had a generator you could have hooked up, but it takes time, is what you're telling
But
me.
it's actually a mobile substation on an 18-wheeler. We have several of those.
What was the exact time? Do you remember? You were out, when you were out, and when you went back?
Well, it varied from circuit to circuit, because whenever you drop load like that and there's a lack of voltage, and you heard it referenced to as a load pocket, you can't bring it all back on at the same time. No pun intended, but it would shock the system. It may not be able to handle it. So you'd throw breakers, so we bring it on a little bit at a time. About every 20 minutes, we were bringing on probably 20 to 25 megawatts at a time. And when it held, we'd bring on the next batch. When it held, we'd bring on the next batch until we had everything back on. You don't bring it all back on at once.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is that all? Captain, you have something?
Just the mayor of the town of Haughton signed
Okay.
in to speak.
Mayor of Haughton, is he here?
Yes, sir.
Y'all through. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And please just introduce yourself before speaking.
Mayor, welcome to the Cajun country, Lafayette, Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hunter Timms, I'm the mayor of the town of Haughton, 118 West McKinley, Haughton, Louisiana. Mr. Chairman, commissioners, I appreciate y'all having me today, and I sincerely appreciate SWEPCO representatives and SPP representatives being here as well. Also, the questions that you've asked, they resonated really deeply with me. A lot of the same stuff I have. I have more questions now after sitting here than when I did yesterday or even on the drive down here. Yeah. There certainly is a lack of accountability that's taking place here. It's a finger-pointing situation, no doubt, between SWEPCO and SPP. The one thing that really resonates with me that, just for the record, I'd like to put out here for you gentlemen to be able to follow up and keep accountability for this is, why are we here? Why did it ever happen? It's preventative maintenance. That's been used as in my opinion, a scare tactic. Well, if you don't change the oil in your vehicle, the engine's gonna lock up. Well, we all understand that, and I'm sure that translates probably fairly similar to a generator. I would imagine it's probably important to maintain it. Did we just start maintaining them recently, or have we been able to maintain these generators without having these kind of outages take place? Why wasn't there a backup? I don't understand that either. I believe Mr. Madison said 14 to 18 hours to have a backup on. I probably would have turned it on the day before, and that's 24 hours. So again, I don't understand the lack of contingency in a situation like this. When I was in Iraq and I was an NCO and a sergeant, my guys carried 210 rounds. It's not because I thought there's gonna be 210 bad guys, it's because I wanted a contingency, and that was the Army standard to have that in place in case something did happen. I do understand that a couple degrees obviously has a big effect. It's not the same as what I experienced at my house with my little meter. I can understand across the grid, that's massive. But it is April in Louisiana. I would expect to see some contingencies in place for those kind of degrees, varying by 6, 7, 8, possibly 10. So my biggest concern is, why are we here? In my opinion, too, it's been utilized in the conversations that I've heard between SWEPCO and SPP. If we didn't do this, we could have something catastrophic take place in July or August, or obviously somewhere maybe we have a heat index of 105, and Commissioner Campbell said it right. Well, we don't want it to ever happen. I obviously wholeheartedly agree with that. So the basis of that is, I still don't have a clear understanding of who's responsible, and I really don't have a clear understanding of what precautions or provisions are being put in place to remedy this. Because the gentleman from SPP said there really, and I won't quote him directly, but something to the effect of there really isn't anybody with responsibility here. I understand it might be complex, but there is responsibility to be held somewhere in this situation. And so just as commissioners, I would really appreciate you seeking to find that responsibility and where the cards got dropped. Some of the questions I do have, just for the record, so you gentlemen could hopefully follow up with, is, did SWEPCO take multiple generators off at one time? It sounds to me like they did. Obviously I don't have the knowledge if it was multiples or if it was a singular one. If it was multiples, could we have done a singular one to prevent something like this? That would be a question of mine. Scheduling maintenance during April for the region that we live in, I understand you have to find those shoulder months, and I totally understand that. That might be cutting it a little bit too close, especially if I had a contingency in place. My other biggest concern here is, why wasn't this blackout rolled across multiple customers? My municipality was impacted on the 2nd and the 26th. I've gotten some conflicting times. It's 8+ hours total between them, between those two outages that took place, possibly into 9. Does SWEPCO not have the ability, and this is lay term me speaking here, within their grid to rotate that usage to achieve the 140 megawatt that was brought up? If so, why wasn't it done? I'm on here on behalf of my citizens, my constituents. They're not worried about transmission lines and kilowatts and things of that nature. They're worried about the chicken breast they had to throw out in the freezer that was 50% off because it was off for 6 hours. Not an hour and a half. That would have been adequate to save to save these food items at stores and homes, but 6 hours, why was it not rotated? It was my understanding that that's a standard that takes place in SWEPCO to try to offer relief to these customers, but within weeks of each other, we experience at a minimum of 8 hours total of blackouts. That has real-world consequences, specifically from a monetary value. I have major concerns going into these summer months because I don't get a warm, fuzzy feeling from any of the statements from SVP or SWEPCO. I personally see more finger pointing than anything else, and I've had these concerns. I've actually taken steps with a local church of mine to establish a cooling center with generators that I'm pulling off of infrastructure to back up when power goes out so that I can cool this family life center we have. I mean, I started that immediately whenever this last outage went, because people will die in July heat like this, and it's going to be something terrible where we find them a couple weeks later, an elderly person that didn't have that help and didn't have the resources. So I'm sincerely concerned for my citizens whenever it comes to what is probably to come. And then ultimately, an answer on what is the plan, and I feel that falls into how we got here, but what is the plan? My citizens are paying their SWEPCO bills on time. I can assure you when I drive around nighttime, all the lights are on, maybe minus a few, but all the lights are on. Are they not reinvesting into the infrastructure that would prevent these blackouts? I can assure you there's been some increases in rates over the years. What is it? Where's the accountability? Where's that dollars translating to for an infrastructure that gains us stability? I'm mind blown by it twice in a month. The 14-state region that SPP manages, they didn't seem to say, don't worry, this happens across this 14-state region. It seems to be fairly isolated to us and on a very condensed timeline. So I'm seeking your help. I can't tell you how impressed I am with the questions that y'all have asked. Felt like you're reading my mind at some points as I was sitting back there. I think a lot of this, I understand it's a complicated business. Well, I don't understand because I'm not in the business. I can imagine it's a complicated business. Some of this could be put into lay terms to make a little bit more sense and cut some of the buzzwords that are taking place with this and actually be able to reveal a root cause of what took place here. And I think that's owed to the constituents. I think it's owed to all of our citizens that are affected by this. I'm speaking for a very small majority. I think it was 32,000, I believe, that was impacted on the last one. Hey, I'm a small town. It's about 5,000 or so that I'm representing today, but I can assure you my neighbors to the south of me and to the north that were affected by this feel the exact same way and have real losses of monetary value that have taken place. And I just really want to publicly state my appreciation for all of you gentlemen following up on this, and I look forward to hearing the report as well. And with that, I just want to thank y'all for giving me an opportunity to be here, put some of this stuff on the record, and again, thank y'all for all you do.
Mayor, I'm the Louisiana representative on SPP, and I'll assure you I'm concerned about it. We do have a procedure to follow to get the answers that you're looking for, or hopefully most of them. And I think in the real business world, time's everything. So I'd ask Catherine, what do you think? When could we expect a final report on this instance?
July.
Yeah, under the directive, it's July 9th.
So by July 9th, we'd have a written report.
That's what the directive says, yes.
I'd like to direct y'all to email a copy to the mayor for one thing. And
I'll make sure. I know Foster said he wanted to make sure everybody got it, so we'll make sure that you're added to the list as well. So.
Yeah, we have his emails.
Okay, Mayor, thank you for coming.
Mr. Mayor.
Paul Cushaw.
Thank you. So Haughton has about 5,000 people?
Yes, sir.
And you live there?
I do.
And send my regards to Representative Dodie Horton. Sounds like between you and her, y'all have some outstanding representation for your people. So thank you for coming down here today.
Absolutely.
And I know Representative Horton's over in Baton Rouge working hard too. So thank you.
Is. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Appreciate it.
And Mr. Chairman, really quick, I want to thank you for your questions. I wrote all of them down. I think they're important questions. I think something that I didn't ask SWEPCO and SPP is about their seasonal peaks to make sure that we are adjusting what we think our capacity should need. So I think you raised some significant points that I'm hopeful and I will ensure are covered in the report, but I wanted to thank you for coming today. Oftentimes, this room is normally just the utilities and us, and so when people who we serve come to tell the stories of the decisions that we make or the lack of decisions that are made, I think it's incredibly important to have on the record. So I wanted to commend you. I know you had a drive to come all the way down here, so that your leadership is commended, and I hope the people of Haughton know that you represented them very well today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, just for the record, Commissioner Campbell immediately picked up my phone call. I feel confident his phone was probably about to explode due to the phone calls he was getting, and he treated me as if I was the only one that had called him that day and spent time with me. And so openly, Commissioner Campbell, I just want to thank you as well for the work you've done and continue to do. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And Catherine, we ready for Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go with Exhibit 2.
Exhibit number 2 is docket number T37136. This is Kantium v. Rosefield's complaint against Rosefield for transportation and terminaling of crude oil as a common carrier without a tariff on file with the commission at rates that are excessive, and request that Rosefield pay reparations, refunds, and damages for charges above just and reasonable rates. Is a discussion and possible vote on Rosefield's motion for immediate review of interlocutory ruling and a motion for stay of the proceedings pursuant to Rule 57. So this will need 2 votes. This was Exhibit 2 on last month's agenda, which the commission did take under advisement at that time. I will give just a brief history of the proceeding. Kantium filed this complaint in March of last year, alleging that Rosefield was a common carrier subject to the commission's jurisdiction and was operating without a tariff on file. On May of 2024, Rosefield filed exceptions which, if granted, would result in the dismissal of Kantium's complaint. Rosefield asserted that the commission lacks subject matter jurisdiction to hear Kantium's complaint, as Rosefield was not a pipeline under the commission's jurisdiction, and that Kantium has no right of action. On December 3rd of 2024, the ALJ issued a ruling on exceptions denying Rosefield's exceptions, finding that based on the record to date, the commission does have jurisdiction over the subject matter of Kantium's complaint, and that Kantium had a right of action to bring it. Rosefield timely filed a motion for review requesting that the commission reverse the ALJ's ruling and sustain its exceptions. Kantium filed a timely response of opposition. The commission heard oral argument from both Rosefield and Kantium at the April B&E and took the matter under advisement. As this is a referral from an ALJ interlocutory ruling, there is no staff recommendation. In order for the commission to consider this matter, the commission must first vote to take the matter up under Rule 57, and thereafter the commission may vote on Rosefield's motion. I will say we have one yellow card from a citizen who would like to speak.
I'd like to put this matter up on the docket by bringing this matter up under Rule 57.
I'll second.
Rule under 57 by Commissioner Scamata, seconded by Commissioner Lewis. And
I have a question for staff counsel.
and so, staff counsel, the card, has a card?
There's a Miss Sally Donlin, who would like to speak on this matter before we vote on it.
I'm changed to number 4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, quick question for you, Catherine.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's review the actual matter coming up for the vote, okay? So there's a ruling on exceptions, but we basically have the administrative law judge's recommendation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And her recommendation on the ruling is to rule in favor of Kantium, correct?
Yes, sir. The ALJ's recommendation is that Rosefield is a common carrier subject to our jurisdiction.
Right, and so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to put this on the floor to accept the recommendation of the ALJ finding in favor of Kantium.
And I'd like to add also that the ALJ is also operating with a narrow set of rules on this situation that we could hopefully help with in the future. Narrow set of facts, I'm sorry, not rules.
Anyway, so that's my motion to bring it up and affirm the ALJ's
So we've got a motion and a second for Rule 57, so I'd make a motion that we, now.
Actually, we approved the 57 already.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, which this is a motion to approve the ALJ's recommendation.
Okay, And now is it time for the,
Now it's time for a second.
Yeah, we need a second
I thought there was someone who had to speak.
Oh, she changed it to Exhibit 4.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
we just need a second.
Okay.
I think
Now, we have a second from
Commissioner Green, I think
Commissioner Lewis.
Commissioner Lewis is,
So, is there any other discussion or objection to this motion? Hearing none, it's in the books. Okay, Exhibit 3.
Exhibit number 3 is docket number T37358. This is the Commission versus Move Precision. It's an alleged violation of Order T37019 for failure to comply to the affidavit and stipulation executed on May 1st of 2024. Discussion and possible vote on the recommendation of the ALJ. Staff alleged that the Move Precision violated Order T37019 by failing to comply with the agreed-upon terms of the stipulation accepted in said order. The stipulation states that failure to comply with any conditions results in the $500 suspended portion of the fine being due immediately. Move Precision missed the final installment payment, prompting staff to notify the company that it owed the final payment and the $500 suspended portion of the fine. Staff cited Move Precision on August 29th of 2024, and Move Precision paid the outstanding balance. Staff also received a customer complaint regarding an interstate move, and staff issued a second citation to the company. Other than a clerical change, the citation was identical to the initial citation, and Move Precision did not appear at the hearing. Staff sought an order finding Move Precision guilty of violating Order T37019, requiring the company to refund the customer the full amount of the move and assessing a $2,000 fine and a $25 citation fee. The ALJ found Move Precision violated the order by failing to timely pay the final installment on or before the due date and conducted an intrastate move without first acquiring our authority. The ALJ recommendation denied staff's request for the $2,000 fine, finding that Order T37019 contains a penalty provision which Move Precision had paid. The sole allegation in this docket was that Move Precision violated that order. Staff also requested that Move Precision be required to refund the customer the amount paid for the move, and the Commission's orders governing household good movers have no provisions allowing the Commission to order a refund to customers. Therefore, the ALJ denied that refund request. Based on the evidence admitted at hearing in the matter, the ALJ recommends that the Commission issue an order finding that 1, Move Precision is guilty of violating Commission Order Number T37019, and specifying the amount of penalty for noncompliance and has paid all those fees. Move Precision is ordered to pay a $25 citation fee to the Commission, and Commission staff shall report to the Louisiana Department of Revenue the $735.65 Move Precision derived from its violation of Order Number T37019.
move to approve the ALJ recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Scametta, second by Commissioner Cusson. Any other discussion or any objection? Hearing none, it's in the books.
Exhibit number 4 is docket number 31106. This is the Commission's rulemaking to study the possible development of financial incentives for the promotion of energy efficiency by jurisdictional electric and gas utilities. It's a discussion and possible vote to rehear General Order dated May 5th of 2025 pursuant to Rule 43 at the request of Commissioner Lewis, and we do have several yellow cards for this one.
Is there a motion to accept this?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a motion. Catherine, do you have it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, can you please read it for me?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
At the April 16, 2025 Business and Executive Session, the Commission approved a motion to cease work towards implementing Phase 2 rules in the energy efficiency docket. Without further action, the Quick Start programs will conclude at the end of calendar year 2025. To continue the important work of this docket, I move to 1, reconsider the Commission's April vote as a means to assess which type of energy efficiency program will provide the most energy savings at the least reasonable cost. In consultation with staff and other commissioners, I move that staff implement the following course of action. 1, staff will produce an analysis of the costs and benefits of the various options for the Commission's energy efficiency program. The report should provide a like-for-like comparison so that the options may be assessed on equal footing. 2, staff will convene a technical conference of the Energy Efficiency Working Group in which all parties may offer their input on the analysis, their views of the options' respective merits, and generally discuss these matters in an open forum. 3, staff will consider the input of others from the working group and, if necessary, produce an updated analysis of the various options for the Commission's energy efficiency program. And 4, staff will provide its final analysis to the Commission in order for the Commission to vote on the energy efficiency program at the August 2025 Business and Executive Session. This motion should provide a framework for a deliberative, transparent consideration of the most prudent next steps in this rulemaking.
Thank you, Catherine, and I'm going to be clear, this motion does not rehire Aptum or Tetra Tech or reinstate the third-party model. It takes no position about what type of program that we could adopt. I think this is a procedural action to continue staff's analytical work and rulemaking, and it provides for a plan how we, as commissioners, can collaboratively and transparently consider the various options on a basis, and it allows us all voices to be heard. I think this is an orderly path forward so we can bring this rulemaking to a timely end. I think we all share the same goals. We want energy efficiency. We want lower bills for our customers. We want everybody in the state of Louisiana, no matter what utility you are provided services for, have the opportunity to participate. And so the reason I brought this motion is because I think what we did last month did not give significant clarity to the public or to us about our steps forward. And so I'm presenting this as a way for staff to continue to work to analyze these questions and to bring all parties to the table so that we can come with a balanced, evidence-based conclusion about how we move forward best. We know we've had all types of folks reach out to us about what's happening to their options, and I think this is the plan. We need to do our work in a timely manner, give them an answer, provide businesses certainty to all those who are concerned, and then ultimately lower bills and consumption in the state of Louisiana in the least cost way as possible. So that is why I have put this motion on the table.
A motion, we have a second?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
Chairman.
Commissioner Cushon?
At the appropriate time, I have a substitute motion that I would like the commission to consider, but given that we've got so many speakers on this subject, I was thinking that it would be appropriate to let them speak, and so we can understand what the constituents are thinking. And then I would like to make a substitute motion before we take a vote on the original motion by Commissioner Lewis.
Second first.
We need to get a second. Is there a second for Commissioner Lewis's recommendation? Hearing there's no second, I guess another motion is in order at that time, right?
So, Mr. Chairman, let me make a brief comment to all of us and publicly state that I would like to kind of encapsulate everything that Commissioner Lewis stated as comments to our efficiency program moving forward, even though his specific motion may not move forward. The spirit of my motion is to take what he stated into full consideration for our staff and for all of the stakeholders as part of the efficiency program. With that said, since it is now the appropriate time, I move that the commission establish the Louisiana Public Service Commission Energy Efficiency Program, which shall incorporate components of the formerly approved Quick Start Program and the formerly approved Public Entity Program, but which shall be modified to conform to new rules set forth by the commission under the newly formed LPSC Energy Efficiency Program. I therefore further move that the staff issue a proposed rule for stakeholder feedback that creates the LPSC Energy Efficiency Program, providing for new energy efficiency rules incorporating components of the current programs, provided that the following shall be addressed inter alia. Number one, that all electric cooperatives and industrial customers are excluded but shall have the option to opt in. That the program budget shall be revised to modestly increase the budget authorized in the current rules with ultimate approval by the commission at a future B&E. And that number three, there shall be a cap placed on administrative costs, which each utility can incur under the program. And that concludes my motion. But I'd also basically like to state that I 100% agree that this motion is meant to be an orderly path forward so that we can bring this rulemaking to a timely resolution, and that in doing so, I expect us to move forward with a energy efficiency, what's the name of the,
Energy efficient working group.
the actual event. They don't talk about that. Like an event.
But the technical conference.
Yeah. A technical conference that will be had in very short order. And I think that will be a part of our working group to come to a conclusion. So,
Seconded by Commissioner Scametta, and I'd just like to ask, what time would we have, what would be the timing on the tech conference, Ms. Catherine? Something that coordinates with your staff schedule.
Yes, sir. I mean, I think we could do it in a relatively short order. I would think we would need to get out the rules, for the proposed draft rules first, which I will work to do as promptly as possible. And then to allow feedback related to the two components that Commissioner Kusan talked about, the program budget being revised modestly and the cap on administrative costs. Those would be the two topics for the technical conference. So we could get that in short order.
Okay. We need to hear from the cards first.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you call them up.
If Ms. Dahlin would like to come up and Mr. James Hyatt can come up, and then we'll do the rest.
Hold it to about 3 minutes on the discussion. Would that be fair? 3 minutes plenty. Okay, good. Praise God. Okay.
I'm a fast talker and I have very little to say. Okay, gentlemen, my name is Dr. Sally O'Donnellan, and I am a resident of Louisiana, citizen of Louisiana, and I was born and raised in Lafayette. I'm currently a resident of Lafayette, all in the downtown area. And I just want to say that I want to thank y'all for meeting in Lafayette today, because it makes it so much easier for those of us in the Lafayette area to come and speak with you today, okay? And I want to thank you for hearing us. And I also want to say that me speaking with y'all is reminiscent for me, because I grew up with just me and my 5 brothers. So this is like me having a conversation with my family, okay? You don't look like my brothers necessarily, but it is like me talking to my family, okay? But I will say that how my parents were able to raise 6 kids was one thing. I don't know if they could do it today. Okay, the economy has changed, lots has changed, right? And things are changing rapidly, all right? And one of the things that's concerning me is how this whole thing we're talking about right now is changing, okay? And I think that that's one of the reasons that people have now diminished distrust of government. The state of Louisiana just voted down 4 amendments. And now I see one of those, the school-to-prison pipeline, back in another issue as a bill in front of the Louisiana legislature, okay? People said, no, the legislature's going back there to sneak it in another kind of way. A vote was made here that we were going to do a certain thing. Okay, statewide energy efficiency was going to happen, and we had bipartisan support on the panel there with you guys, and until right before the report was going to be issued, and a new vote with new folks was made to stop it, okay? Well, there's been consternation and pushback on both sides, and now we're meeting today to see whether we're going to vote again, and now I hear that, no, we're not going to vote again, we're going to look at the whole thing again, which I understood, and I'm not on the commission, that we had looked at it before. Okay, so really my message is just to say to y'all, please ensure Louisiana has energy efficiency programs that benefit the people. I'm not really interested in whether private industry has a voice in this, and in fact, they should not, okay? Their voice does not need to make any decisions on this. So when y'all are considering this again, this is a citizens issue, not private industry, okay? We need them to be independently run, these review groups, not run by utility companies, because there's a conflict of interest, because they make money from this, from selling energy. They don't make money by saving it for folks like y'all or us, okay? And especially not me, because I'm down here. Release the report as it stands. We'd like to see what y'all have looked at already. Nobody's going to be hurt by that. So we can see the plan where it is and follow y'all as y'all move along to get more planning done, okay? Get it started by an independent contractor who is chosen, qualified, and ready to get started. And let's get going. And the final thing I want to say, I find that we've said this over history in Louisiana quite a bit. Why do we keep letting the foxes in to guard the hen houses? Y'all, please keep that in mind as you move ahead with this new evaluation, this reevaluation of how you're going to run this program. Thank y'all so much for your time.
Ma'am, Doctor, do you get your electric bill from LUS?
I do, sir.
Or LUS is not in this program?
Well, I speak
Yes.
for not just me.
You need to talk to President Boulay about putting LUS in the energy
I will do
efficiency
that. I
program.
will do that. But I have families spread out across the state of Louisiana, sir.
Okay, good, all right.
Okay,
good.
thank y'all so much for your time.
No. Okay, got another one?
Thank you all. My name's James Hyatt, and saw y'all last month.
Yeah.
And I really wish y'all would have just deferred and we'd have had some report. It didn't happen. I'm a little confused about the switch in the motion. I understand that public entities, we want them to be energy efficient because they're for the good of all. But what we just heard a lot this morning was that each individual house in this state, if they can reduce their load, their demand, it's good for all too. And so part of the issue is that this has gone on for, I believe, 14 years, a rulemaking process about energy efficiency. That's a long time. My son just graduated yesterday, is coming to University of Louisiana Lafayette in the fall. He was 4 years old when we started this process. It seems like for the benefit of the people of Louisiana, I've heard this several times, that y'all are expected to balance economic, environmental, and personal. The ability for people to afford their bills when we are, and to give that over to the utility company outright and not a third party, apparently third party entities being a part of this was a problem. But if we just give it over to the utilities who make money selling kilowatt hours, what incentive is there for them to really introduce any kind of energy efficiency? And if we only leave it with public entities, with parishes and police juries, we're missing out on a huge swath of energy savings. And at the end of the day, after Hurricane Laura, my mom was on an oxygen machine. She needed electricity. We, fortunately, were able to afford a generator ourselves. This is not just about saving money. This is not just about you trying to help the most vulnerable in this state, although that should be pretty far up there in what y'all are doing. Y'all are supposed to look out for the ratepayer. The little guy. And the way that this was canned in Toledo Bend, I just was not transparent, I don't feel. And at the end of the day, I don't even understand if we understand what the apples to apples comparison is. And that's why I think as soon as we can, if it's going to be August or if it's going to be in the next 6 months, we don't drag on a rulemaking process about energy efficiency, and that we also don't, like she said, don't just give it to the foxes in the hen house. And then we also expand it beyond just public entities, because it is for the good of all of us to have a reduced demand. Not only for the individual who might have a lower utility bill because they were able to weatherize or whatever that is. I really think that needs to be a part of this, and that is very clear and very transparent, that it's not just, the Public Service Commission is not just working for utilities, they are. And I know y'all hear a lot from your constituents, but the ratepayer, the individual also should be a part of this. And so anyway, I thank you for your time and your ability.
The technical conference is the purpose is to clarify that and have transparency, and we'll have it notified on our webpage, or you can call my office, you live in my district.
Yeah.
I think Commissioner Kutzon, you have something?
Yeah, the motion that I have doesn't exclude, it's not only for the public facilities program.
Okay.
It also incorporates other efficiency programs for our constituents beyond public facilities. Secondly, with respect to my commissioners here, they may have been here for years and years. I've only been here 5 months, so I'm trying to bring this to a close too, quicker than ever. And this technical conference is going to be our best effort to do so. Even the prior proposal that we have shelved wasn't going to go into effect until next year. So it's not like we were talking about having something already in place.
Right.
I mean, we're literally arguing about something that has never been put in place and that was still under discussion and still in rulemaking, so on and so forth. So I believe that this motion that has already been seconded is a very narrowly tailored motion to get us moving and to get us to a efficiency program that the state can be proud of. And third, we talk about the third-party administrator issue versus utility-led. I don't like all those terms. I've kind of come in and I just want to throw all the terms out. All right, they're all terms of art, they're all loaded. I mean, there is a third-party administrator which administers the largest efficiency program for the largest utility, investor-led utility. Are they bad? No, they're actually, it's apparently a Louisiana-led company, Aptum. They are a proud Louisiana company. We should be proud of the fact that they are a part of one of the largest efficiency programs that we have in the state. And so it's a misnomer to say that we're just putting the fox in the hen house. Also, I've listened to all of the different participants, from all of the consultants to the utility-led to the co-ops to all the public facility participants. It sounds to me like we keep saying that we're not moving forward to a statewide program, and I think that is a fallacy and perhaps miscommunication. Maybe it's gaslighting, I don't know what it is, but the fact is that our current efficiency program, and especially the one that we are going to move towards, touches every parish in the state of Louisiana. And I don't know what that means, but it seems to me that means it's statewide. We're not talking about one parish, we're not talking about 10 parishes, we're not talking about 20 parishes. We're talking about every single parish is touched by the efficiency program that we are undergoing and that we are moving towards. And so I want to make sure that from an educational standpoint, again, that as we educate and learn among ourselves and educate our constituents, that there is a vast array of energy efficiency proposals, energy efficiency programs, and that our constituents can take advantage of. And so once this is all in place, I want to continue working with you for your same, as we're talking about, we're all sharing the same goals.
Appreciate that, thanks.
I just want to add something into this. This also clarifies two things. One is, there is no just public entity program. It's going to be what's been happening under the previous Quick Start program, and there is no termination of it at the end of the year. It will continue forward.
Okay.
So it clarifies those two things, and it will also move forward with the ability of the commission to look at options and modifications that may find themselves necessary in the future. So I think it takes into consideration your concerns, and I think it's going to be something we can work down the road to make it be efficient, financially manageable, and get us through the process.
Thank you for coming over.
Thank you.
We have a few more cards. Mr. Anthony, is it Laska?
Foster, did you know Jay like this room? We should use it. We should use Jay Batt. He was a councilman in the Ward.
We'll have all of us meetings here.
He died last night.
Yeah.
He was 64. Yeah, he did. Joseph Banks. He was 64.
Good morning.
Yeah, but he had bad diabetes his whole life.
If I
welcome
had
to
gotten
the
here
podium.
earlier, I might have had a seat on the aisle.
You do 3 minutes, okay?
I'm Tony Laska, live at 51 Point Drive in Manny, and have served as a energy assessment person for quite a few years. Because of your discussion today, I think that it's just best for me just to point this out, that back in 2003, I wrote the first draft of the manual being used by Portland, Oregon for their programs. I lived in Oregon for a few years, and so this has probably been upgraded a lot in the 20-something years it's gone on, but at the same time, it's probably gotten 3 times as large and more complicated. So if there's some way that I can offer any help somewhere along the way, I'd be glad to do that. The document has various incentives in there. It has the technology being used by the various auditors to examine the different homes for various purposes. And so also the list of 1,900 trade allies are involved in that program today, 1,900. We know the trade allies are part of the programs that are going on here, how important they are. And maybe there's a reason why this works there, because in the last 5 years, their utility costs have gone up 50% in the last 5 years. And I don't believe we have had that experience here. We may be looking forward to that, but the reason they've probably gotten so, shall we say, committed and so aggressive about it is probably partly that reason. We've got a figure here for the last 20 years that they've saved $8.5 billion by the customers on their utility bills. They claim that they saved $2.72 saved by ratepayers for every dollar invested in energy efficiency. That's a pretty good payback right there. The way the structure is set up is the Energy Trust of Oregon is an organization that is governed by a volunteer board of directors, and it's overseen by the Oregon Public Utility Commission. Then they hire a contractor for whom I had worked at the time, and I think we may have called him a third-party administrator. So you have this sort of level of oversight, and basically it does lead to a high level of accountability. They really brag about it in their annual report, which I read recently. They claim that their program and administrative support costs come in at 5.2% at the present time, and that number happens to be $15 million. So, I mean, you can get a sense of the scale of this thing that they're doing. I'm not saying they're doing anything any better than anyone else is, but they do have a long history, and it's just something that if I can be of any help, I'd be glad to assist. Thank you.
That's good. You did 3 minutes. Thank you.
Next, yes, sir, we have two more. Next is Ms. Wendy Beck. And Logan, you're next if you want to just shuffle while everyone's shuffling.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, y'all put me on my back heels. I came with a prepared statement, and it all changed, so I'm going to try and be concise. My name is Wendy Beck. I work for the Deep South Center for Environmental Justice as a researcher on energy justice projects. We are located in New Orleans. I'm also a constituent in Metairie, so Commissioner Skrmetta, hey. So for over 30 years, we've worked with communities across Louisiana who are disproportionately burdened by pollution and high energy costs. We were really excited to see the energy efficiency applied on a statewide method. And the work of the Public Service Commission and the constituents, or I'm sorry, the consultant that had worked for over 13 years in putting the program together. We were really excited that the framework was based on other states' effective programs, such as Oregon, which the gentleman spoke about before. And I'm from there originally, but been here for 11 years and excited to be. So it was a proven model that reduced waste, lowered energy bills, eases the strain on our transmission infrastructure, which we know with all the new facilities and data centers that we're talking about is going to be very heavy, and any reductions on that burden system would be good. It's especially important for low-income and underserved communities where energy costs take the biggest toll. It addressed root causes of high energy bills, which also helped families weatherize their homes. It created this feedback loop of increased or decreased energy bills, so then they can invest more in their homes, so then they could decrease the energy bill some more. When you pair that with a fortification program, we can reduce statewide homeowners' insurance costs. So I'm excited about, what did you call it, a technical conference to look at how effective a statewide implementation plan can be. We want something that is transparent, that is fair, that an independent administrator can make sure is happening across the state in all parishes and all sectors equally and justly. We really like that it was a proven framework, that it was fiscally smart and forward-looking investment for not only our people and our infrastructure, but for our future here in Louisiana. We strongly, at Deep South Center, strongly support a statewide energy efficiency program, and we respectfully ask for the report that APTIM created for that statewide program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see you at the tech conference.
Hi there, Commissioners. Logan Burke for the Alliance for Affordable Energy. First, I want to say I'm really glad that we're talking about this again and that we haven't ground the opportunity to save money and save energy to a halt. I want to be really clear that the kinds of programs that all Louisianans should have are the kinds of programs that intend to save energy. This is one of the things that the rule that the Commission is moving away from was really important. The rule that this Commission basically is putting to the side, which was referred to as a statewide program largely because it was coordinated at a statewide level by a single third-party administrator, overseen, of course, by the Commission. The part of that rule that was so important was that it was focused on savings, not focused on a budget. It wasn't just built around how much money will we or won't we spend. The idea was to save money and to save energy. And when I think about the folks who live in Bossier Parish, who are dealing with the outages that we heard about this morning, when I think about the fact that if homes and businesses in that area had been better insulated, we might not have needed to shed 140 megawatts of load. If we had properly working demand response programs in that area, we might not have needed to shed 140 megawatts of load. When I think about the opportunities that we have to move swiftly to address people's energy needs where they are, not just when the power demand is at peak, not when it's a surprise, but every single day of the year, saving us all money and saving us all energy. That's what this Commission, I hope, focuses on, because that's what's going to save us all. Another point that I want to make is I really would like to see the coming rule continue to include a carve-out for our low-income customers. You heard Commissioner Lewis talk about the LIHEAP program and the fact that it is on the ropes. I am incredibly worried about what is going to happen in this state if that program is killed at the federal level. I'm incredibly worried about not the phone calls that Youth 5 are going to receive, but what it means for those thousands of families who aren't going to have access to bill assistance, and what it will mean on a hot August day to them if they can't turn their air conditioning on, even if they have it, because they don't have the money to pay their bill.
3 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you. I look forward to continuing to work on this. What I don't want to do is keep working on this for 14 years.
Okay.
And so I hope we can wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all the public comment we have.
All right. So, Commissioner Lewis, you got something to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Couson, for offering a resolution. I respectfully will have to object for just a few reasons why, and then I'll be done, Mr. Chairman. I think there's some questions that we have to ask ourselves, even in this new technical conference. I mean, I think one of the things that we have to really toy with, which is why I had my original directive, is what do we mean when we say capping administrative costs? Are we going to cap the administrative costs for the program across the utilities or each utility? Because one of the things that came in the discussion of changing from a third-party model was the fact of administrative cost. And my deep concern is this new model will not address those concerns, it would actually showcase that we're spending more administrative costs because we're having 5 different programs, 5 potential E&V contractors, no coordination between the electric and gas companies. And so I think we do ourselves a disservice to assume that we can cap that in a way that is efficient and effective. I think secondly, my objection stands on, I truly believe the Louisianians who sit in co-op territory should have an opportunity to a program. I think if we're going to mandate that the investor-owned utilities do it, I believe in fairness that we should also do that for our co-ops. I don't think a customer, depending if they're on Entergy or SWEPCO, are very different than those on Point Capee or Dimco. And I think allowing a carve-out, so some Louisianians don't have an opportunity to even ask their utility, and it's depending upon the utility to make that decision, I think is a bad precedent, and that's why I thought the third-party model was great, because I'm going to be honest. I know for a fact that it will be very difficult for our rural electric co-ops to administer an energy efficiency program. It takes scale, and we know the challenges that we've seen for them. And I think part of the reason the third party was so smart is because it brought us all together. It had a scale up for those programs, and then it allowed that no matter what territory, no matter what parish you lived in, and no matter who your utility provider was, you would be offered the same program, the trade allies would have the same set of rules, and that we could participate in a program that benefit us all. And so, while I deeply appreciate the path forward and will, of course, stay engaged, I just had to state those are the reasons why I will have to object to the motion on the table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we've got a roll call vote request. We got a motion and a second. I hear a no vote from Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner Campbell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell votes yes. Commissioner Scametta?
Yes.
Commissioner Scametta votes yes. Commissioner Kuzow?
Yes.
Commissioner Kuzow? The chair votes yes, so it's 4-1 vote. It's approved. Okay, Exhibit 5.
Exhibit number 5 is docket number R35462. This is the Commission's rulemaking to research and evaluate customer-centered options for all electric customer classes, as well as other regulatory environments. It's a discussion and possible vote on Entergy's motion for Commission guidance and consideration. This was Exhibit 5 last month. This proceeding was initiated through a notice of proceeding issued by the Commission in directing staff to research customer-centered options for all electric utility customers and to recommend a plan for how to ensure those customers are the focus in Louisiana. The docket was also designed to consider any proposals not already being addressed in other dockets, as well as other options that may mitigate increased rates for Louisiana ratepayers. That notice was published in the Commission's official bulletin, and 30 stakeholders intervened. After numerous rounds of discovery and requests for comments, as well as multiple technical conferences, the Commission issued General Order dated August 1st of 2024, which accepted staff's final Phase 1 report and proposed final rules filed into the record on June 7th of 24. The General Order promulgated rules regarding annual reporting obligations for electric utilities, periodic reporting of utility companies' outside attorney and consultant expenses, renewable energy credit values, sleeved power purchase agreements, and directed all utilities to submit a filing for the Commission's consideration to update their tariffs with green tariff options. On December 30th of 2024, staff filed its Phase 2 report, which stated that the final phase of the docket was to consider the issue of whether to restructure Louisiana's retail electric market and laid out an initial framework for staff's review. The Phase 2 report also requested comments and responses to staff's 6th and 7th set of requests for information. On January 24th of 2025, in response to staff's Phase 2 report, Entergy filed a motion for Commission guidance and consideration on the Commission's customer-centered options docket. The motion suggested that the docket has successfully completed its stated objectives and has run its course. Therefore, Entergy requested renewed guidance from the Commission as to the future of this docket. A notice of reply period was issued by staff, and 10 stakeholders filed responses. Staff makes no formal recommendation, as this is a policy decision.
Chair.
I'm sorry, we do have 2 cards, I'm just letting you know.
Okay, Chair moved to close this docket. You got a second?
Second.
You got a second, and I've got a statement for you to read. Should we do that now or after these cards?
I have it, Chairman.
Okay.
Lauren Evans on behalf of staff, and this is on behalf of Chairman Francis.
I didn't know where she was.
The commission has been asked to provide guidance on whether this docket has satisfied its intended purpose and whether the docket should proceed. I believe this docket already has provided material benefits to customers with improved transparency and addition of customer-centered options for meeting power needs as set forth in the August 1st, 2024 general order and as read into the record by Ms. Bowman just now. I further believe that expending the significant utility and commission resources that would be required to investigate a fundamental shift in this commission's policy to full or limited retail open access in Louisiana is not in the best interest of the public at this time for the following reasons. One, a shift from traditional regulation to retail open access for certain industrial customers is driven by a desire for those certain industrial customers to reduce their electricity cost. As the Commission previously recognized when limited retail open access was last explored, this has the very real effect of creating stranded costs and the potential for increased costs to other customers, both contrary to the aims of this rulemaking. Two, no other jurisdictions have made a shift from traditional rate regulation to the type of open access being considered in this docket since the early 2000s, and some, such as Virginia, have rolled back attempts to restructure due to the impacts on retail customers. As another example, Michigan adopted a form of retail access in 2000, but capped it at 10% for 2010 usage for similar reasons. Three, retail open access may provide all or some limited class of customers with a choice of generator, but those customers would still be dependent on their current utility for the transmission and distribution lines to transmit the electricity produced from the selected generator. Accordingly, customers will still be dealing with Entergy, CLECO, SWEPCO, and the cooperatives for the reliability and quality of service delivered, including dealing with issues of hurricane recovery, resilience, etc. Contrary to the reports I have seen, retail access does not mean customers get rid of their provider, they actually just add one. Four, regarding such a new provider, new regulatory processes for customer protection and/or resource adequacy assurance would need to be created to accompany any type of retail access. Five, nothing today prevents any large industrial customer from building its own generator to supply their own power needs. And six, a meaningful analysis of retail open access would require the dedication of significant commission and utility resources at a time when those resources are consumed by efforts to modernize the grid, address resilience concerns, accommodate unprecedented load growth, transition the cooperative resource mix, and operate in regional transmission organizations. Because this docket has met its intended purpose of producing customer-centered options, and because investigation into full or limited retail access is not in the best interest of Louisiana ratepayers, I move that staff take the necessary steps to close docket number R35462. While I am moving to close this docket, the Commission will remain mindful of and consider customer-centered options that can produce lower electric rates for all customers, consistent with its duty to ensure just and reasonable rates for Louisiana ratepayers. The Commission will continue to initiate any and all proceedings that may be necessary in furtherance of that duty.
If we want, Mr. Laska, if you want to come back up, if he's still here. There he is.
No, we'll wait, just wait everybody some stuff. You have someone who wants to testify?
Any cards?
Yes, Mr. Laska, and then we have one more yellow card after Mr. Laska.
Yeah.
Thank you. Again, I'm Tony Laska, 51 Point Drive in Manny, Louisiana. And I did provide to the commissioners a copy of my statement, so I'll just read through as quickly as I can.
Speak up just a little bit, please. I can't hear
Pardon me?
you.
A little closer?
Yeah.
A little louder.
Little louder, please.
Okay, thank you. I did provide a copy previously, so I will try to read through as quickly as I can. Dear Commissioners, this is a request that you vote in favor of the continuation of docket R35462. The Louisiana Users Group, LUG, has proposed that PSC staff and contractors evaluate options to reduce the need for as much new power plant construction. 5 years ago, LUG proposed increasing industrial output of combined heat and power generation for distribution through the grid, and proposed acquiring industrial-scale solar and other renewable power generation to diversify its portfolio. These proposals by LUG are aimed at serving the interest of the public by providing more cost-effective and more readily implemented power supply that could then offset some of the spending by Entergy that would otherwise be necessary for adding new generation capacity. During the 1980s, I served as energy coordinator for the city of New Orleans. I represented the city on a national committee of major city energy managers conducting research and demonstration projects to reduce energy costs and conserve natural resources nationwide. Juan Ontiveros, Associate Vice President for Utilities, Energy, and Facilities Management for the University of Texas at Austin, now retired, showed us around his CHP power facilities that serves the entire 20 million square foot campus and saves the university more than $5 million annually. Closer to home, LSU is presently adding to its CHP emergency power plant that has kept the lights on during outages. With this as context, this docket reflects the regulatory approach to intelligent allocation of resources and consideration for ratepayer interest that has continued elsewhere throughout the intervening decades, inexplicably delayed for years in our state. For the past decade, I've been promoting the benefits of combined heat and power, waste heat recovery in Louisiana. At the time, many were concerned about the flaring from smokestacks along the Mississippi River, a waste of natural resources. Companies limited their cogen to the power required inside the fence line. Back then, as at present, it was common knowledge that useful products were being discharged by the ton because there was no functioning regulatory framework that could accommodate the sale of electric power generated by industrial CHP, particularly at a scale that could have substantial impact on the need to build new CCCT power plants. Closing this docket precludes future consideration of this opportunity. Luke's pilot proposal for Louisiana PSC authorization of enhanced option for combined heat and power cogen and proposed renewable generation option, displacement sleeve PPA option, offers to assume risk while keeping diverse generating sources open for the Commission. As a logical sequel to the staff report, embarking on these pilot programs can give the Public Service Commission additional capacity generating choices on a much timelier schedule that will reduce the megawatts that would be required through added power plant construction by Entergy. I thank you for your consideration for the residents of our state.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, who's next? Please hold it to 3 minutes.
Okay, next is going to be Mr. Young with Lug. Or y'all can come together.
Just let him go first. Let Randy go.
Ready? Yeah. Thank you, Commissioners. First of all, it's great to be in Lafayette, my home country, and so, well, it's just always good to be home, so thank you for that. Randy Young, and I'm here on behalf of Louisiana Energy Users Group, which sometimes we also refer to as LUG or LUG. I have a brief statement and presentation, and I'm glad to answer any questions. For background, LUG is an association.
Quick question, Randy. Do you have any of the people of the Amplify group in your LUG group?
No, Commissioner.
So is that all Mr. Polizola's group?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. All right, keep going.
So LUG is an association of existing Louisiana industrial companies with longstanding operations and more than 70 facilities located throughout the state. All of the companies buy electricity from Entergy. They're ratepayers, first and foremost. Some also have cogeneration to meet some portion of their power needs, and they're proud to bring more than 35,000 good, high-paying jobs in Louisiana directly and through contractors, and they're jobs that are here today. They're proud to be part of Louisiana. Before I get started, I want to emphasize a few points. For Lou, this topic, it's not about deregulation. It's not about trying to create a market like Texas. It's not adverse to Meta or any other project or company trying to come to Louisiana. It's good for them too. Rather, it's about having the commission evaluate options to create a better Louisiana. Luke believes the commission should evaluate options other than just Entergy spending and rate increase proposals alone. So what is LEG asking for? Luke, as existing Louisiana industry and as ratepayers, is asking you to keep the customer-centered options docket open.
I got a quick question. So you don't care about CLECO or SWEPCO or anybody else? You're only mad at Entergy?
I'm not mad at anyone, Commissioner. We're proposing solutions and options that we buy power from Entergy, so that's our focus.
So it's
yes.
only Entergy you're interested in?
That's our focus, correct.
Focus or interest or legal interest? I'm trying to understand.
We're all customers of Entergy.
So you're only Entergy customers?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Now, I'm not saying some of them may have, but the group is focused on Entergy as Entergy
So
customers.
Entergy is your target?
It's not a target, Commissioners. It's where we see that we can bring solutions to the table.
So it's your focus?
Yes.
So you focus on a target?
We're not, Commissioner, it's
Just
not
trying to
about a
understand.
target. It's about trying,
Okay.
let me finish. It's about trying to bring solutions.
Okay.
So we want to keep the docket open and have the commission conduct the analysis. We see the need for it and the cost of electricity is increasing. And a key question is, who's going to pay all of those costs? Does it all have to be on the backs of all the ratepayers? Luke believes that there are other options that should be considered by the commission, and we believe that's important for all ratepayers, whether it's LEUG members or Meta or any other project coming to Louisiana or looking to come to Louisiana. Having options can help avoid utility rate increases for the benefit of all ratepayers. Having options is also crucial to Louisiana industry and economic development. Luke supports a no harm standard, and that's the commission standard that's been in place for a long time. No harm standard is part of the analysis, no harm to any class of customers. We're asking you to keep the docket open and conduct the analysis. The issue before you that we see coming is a rate increase problem for electric rates in Louisiana. We see Entergy is aggressively pursuing unprecedented levels of spending and rate increases like we have never seen before in 30 years. And I want to be clear, this is spending that is separate from and in addition and has nothing to do with Meta. The spending and rate increases brings a concern that Luke believes needs evaluation of options that can help provide solutions. The decision before you today is whether or not to approve an Entergy motion to close the customer-centered options docket. This is a docket that the commission itself opened to evaluate options to help avoid or reduce at least some of the rate increases that are on the way for electric utility ratepayers in Louisiana. And at the same time, while Entergy is trying to close this docket, at the same time, they're also pursuing new plans to spend multiple billions of dollars on new power plants. And again, this is separate and apart from the Meta power plants. They're talking about Meta power plants and 3 power plants, but what I'm talking about is separate from Meta.
Hang on a second. Is Lane Sissing around here?
Yes, sir, he's in the audience.
Well, you can come have a seat.
And the Entergy spending plans come on top of the more than 30% that Entergy rates have already gone up in recent years. Meanwhile, the commission has still not evaluated the LEUG proposals that have been in a work plan in this Phase 2 docket for now some time, but not yet evaluated. Closure of the customer-centered options docket would be highly beneficial to Entergy by clearing the path for its spending plans. But in our view, it would be detrimental to consideration of alternative options to try to reduce Entergy costs and rate increases for the benefit of ratepayers, and it would send a highly negative signal to industry trying to bring economic development to Louisiana. Absent alternative options, such as proposed by Luke in this proceeding, the commission is going to be only left with one option, and that's the continued spending and rate increases as proposed by Entergy. This docket is the path the commission has opened and it's created to try to evaluate other options that can benefit the other ratepayers and economic development. So we're asking you to keep the docket open and deny Entergy's motion. We just have a couple of more brief points.
Can I, wait 1 second, you keep saying that. Lane, do you work for us?
Yes,
Okay, you don't work for Entergy, do you?
I do not.
Okay, they keep saying Entergy's motion. But that's our motion, isn't it? No.
Well, no, to be clear, the question on the table today
If
was...
there's any question about it, I'll make it my motion.
Okay, well, the question on the table today was, in the docket, Entergy filed a request, and it's been labeled a motion
Yeah. Well,
directive. I don't know what it's labeled, but they've issued a request for you guys to close the docket.
Yeah, well, cloaking this motion as like Entergy, not a target, not a target, not a target, is sort of, you can paint this any way you want, but this is a study by the commission through Mr. Sissing on behalf of the commission. This is not a study by Mr. Sisson on behalf of Entergy or GLECO or SWEPCO or you. And we have our own findings. So I just want to make sure there's clarification. I understand you're an advocate, but I'd like you to put it in the correct colorization of this. So if you want to represent your clients, represent your clients, but don't try to paint a picture of what the commission is trying to do. So anyway, I'm glad you're finished, but I'd like to hear from, before you start, Mr. Hand, I'd like to hear from Lane, and you can give us your report on this matter.
Commissioner, may I be allowed to finish? I just got a couple of brief points.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
A couple of brief points. But I do want to speak to your point because I'm trying to be...
No, you said you want to speak to your points. Go ahead and
I
speak to
will,
your
but I want to
points.
be very precise that I'm stating facts. My point is, this is a commission docket to evaluate options, and Entergy has filed a motion.
No,
It's
Entergy
titled,
made a statement.
and in that motion, it asked to close the docket. They
Right,
did
it was a
file that
motion within the proceeding.
Yes.
This is a motion of the commission. So let's not confuse motion for motion. Let's differentiate between the two. What we're bringing today is a motion from the commission to close the docket, okay? So please continue with your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioners, and I'll cut to the point and be brief. All right, so the first slide I want to show you is the one on the right, and also handed them out, so that way you have a copy in front of you to make it easier to see it. So the first slide is Entergy base rate increases. What this slide shows is Entergy's rates have gone up 30 to 40% over the past 5 years. That's just fact. That's in the reports filed with the Commission. Importantly, though, what we see is that Entergy's on path to repeat that again over the next 5 years with the spending that they have in their plans. And so when Entergy talks about they want certainty and they don't want to look at options, but what we see in Entergy's view of certainty is a whole lot of certain rate increases that are coming. And we get that that's part of their business plan, that's part of their fiduciary duty to their shareholders, and for every $1 billion they spend, that's $48 million per year in return on equity. We get their plan. But what we're looking at as customers is there a way to try to flatten that curve and take away some of the cost pressures on the ratepayers? And so we're looking at are there alternatives, are there solutions? And we believe it's important to look at those solutions now before all the money's spent and it's too late. That brings me to my second point, the urgency. I've shown you on this other slide. This is an Entergy request for proposals, what we call an RFP, request for proposals. This is for up to 2,000 megawatts of new power plants that they want to build, and this is separate from, in addition to Meta. Again, Meta's 3 power plants. This is 2,000 megawatts separate from and in addition to Meta. Commissioners, 2,000 megawatts in today's cost, you're looking at $3 to $4 billion. And Entergy's got this on a timeline where they're trying to reach decisions by the end of this year, which means they'll be coming to you by early next year with proposals to spend a whole lot of money on new power plant construction. And so that's why we keep saying that the time is now if you're going to look at alternatives. The last point I want to make, Commissioners, is if you want to question my numbers about rate increases and what we see coming in rate increases, just look at the list. This is the list of Entergy spending and rate increase proposals they have on the table. The top half of the list are things that you've already approved, and I'm not saying they're bad things, but the point is they're going to increase rates. But the top half of the list is things that you've already approved, they just haven't hit the bills yet, and it's coming. The bottom half of the list are things that Entergy has in the pipeline before the Commission right now, all on schedules that are coming to you that they want approval of. So I'm just going to tick through this really quickly, and then I'll wrap up and end. So the formula rate plan. The formula rate plan is in place for 3 years. It includes a distribution rider and a transmission rider. The first year, 2024, to the commission's credit and its good work, we had a settlement of a FERC case that really offset a lot of the rate increases in that formula rate plan in the first year. But that settlement washes off quite a bit this year, so you're going to see a lot more impact from the formula rate plan this year than last year. And then by next year, that settlement really wears off, and so you're going to see a lot more increases coming through the formula rate plan between this year and next year. Second is $2 billion worth of grid hardening. That's still at the very front end. They've just begun to spend that money. Those rate impacts are still coming over the next 5 years. Next is you approved 3,800 megawatts of solar resources. Now, Entergy's been slow out of the gate in accomplishing that. There's only a couple of hundred megawatts that have hit the ground so far. But commissioners, that's 3,800 megawatts. Now, there are subscription programs that will help offset some of that cost, but at least 40% of that cost goes on all of the ratepayers. There's also the 290 megawatts of Magnolia generation. That's been approved. It just hadn't hit the bills yet. $500 million for the new transmission project on the East Bank. Again, do they need it? Sure. But it's going to be money that increases rates. The stuff they have on the table right now, again, this RFP for up to 2,000 megawatts of new build generation, that's coming. There's also a $955 million transmission line on the west bank of the river.
Can I ask
that's
a question?
coming. Yes.
So if Entergy doesn't do that, so you're going to say that LUG is going to do that for the state instead of Entergy?
No, Commissioner, what I'm saying is there's a whole list of rate increases coming.
I understand that, but these
part
projects,
of it,
no, I'm talking about these projects. So the state needs these projects to accomplish its goals for providing electricity, transmission, and development. So if Entergy doesn't do this, because I know you don't like to talk about CLECO, SWEPCO doing their thing, but if Entergy doesn't do this, is LUG saying that they're going to do it for the benefit of the state and charge and become a utility? Or are they just going to say you just want to get in it and then play the market and figure out what to charge people later?
what I'm saying, Commissioner, is that on the generation build piece of this,
Well, wait, you apples, orange, cupcakes, and, 57 Chevys. You're talking about transmission, you're talking about all this stuff. So you're mixing this up to make a big old sum on this. But if you want to talk about generation, because that's what interests you, but you're talking about $500 million in transmission project that you're not going to be looking to replace, you're not looking to build, and you're not looking to talk about, but you're sure looking to pin it on somebody. So I prefer for you to just talk about generation, and I'd also like you to talk about generation in the concept that industrials will be paying for most of the future generation as industrial projects come forward.
Commissioner, what I'm saying is that we're trying to figure out, is there a way to flatten that curve? Some of those increases are going to happen. All this transmission spending, that's coming. It's going to hit the bills. All of that's coming. But part of that curve is the generation piece. And if we can offset that curve to some extent by coming up with other solutions where industry can do some things on its own, and so Entergy does not need as much generation, that avoids costs for all ratepayers. So we think that's a good thing.
Is there something that prevents you from building your own generation now for yourself?
There's some limited things that we can do. There's two things in particular that I have pending in front of the commission as part of phase 2 issues, as part of pilots, whatever you want to call them. There's two pieces in particular that we think we can bring solutions to the table that can help avoid some of that generation build cost. And that's with cogeneration and with renewables. And that's the two proposals we're trying to advance to the table
now, though,
in this docket, but they haven't been evaluated yet.
Must be by the train tracks. You have cogeneration now, though, don't you?
There is a provision that you
can have that already existing in Louisiana cogen.
We're trying to enhance the ability to do things with cogeneration in today's market at today's cost for generation that would allow us to meet the economics to get more generation done, cogeneration done.
And you already played a game with Shell on sleeving solar once already, right?
I don't know what game you're talking about, Commissioner. There is something that the commission has approved that's an overlay sleeve that is not LUG's proposal, but it's something that the commission has approved that provides a tool. But what we're trying to do with renewables, what industry needs with renewables is direct access to the kilowatt hours. And so what we're trying to do is come up with a proposal that lets industry, if industry needs it and they're the ones that needs the renewables, let them pay for it. Let them have the direct contract with the renewable developer, buy the power from them. And yes, they're still going to want to do business with with Entergy and need Entergy, because they're going to need the backup power from Entergy and to sleeve the delivery. So yes, Entergy's part of the equation, but the cost of the power would go directly to renewables and allows the industry to get the direct access to the kilowatt hours, which is what they need.
Better.
Go ahead, Lane, you want to make your report?
Well, sure. I mean, I think as has been said, staff is not taking a position on whether the docket stays open or not, but I'm here today to kind of tell you where the docket is.
Okay.
So as we sit here right now, what the docket has already accomplished is we've created general reporting obligations like a FERC Form 1 so that there's a lot more transparency into what happens. We've created specific reporting on the amounts that are spent on attorneys and consultants, both the utilities and the in the commission itself. We've said that all utilities need to have a rule in place on how they're going to deal with renewable energy credits, RECs. We've created a rule that says all utilities have to have green tariffs. They have to look at how they're going to address the renewables. We've created the sleeve PPAs, which you guys talked about. And we've looked at and assisted within this docket revisions to the MBM order, ARC rules, the electronic filing rules, the EV rules, there was a community lighthouse proposal and a distributed sun proposal. All of that was accomplished in phase 1. Now here we are in phase 2, phase 3, and there's 2 things left for us to look at. So Mr. Young just discussed Luke's limited retail access proposal, but also within the docket is a full retail access proposal. Now, what full retail access would mean, and more importantly, what it doesn't mean, because I think there's been a lot of misreporting out there, is you don't get rid of Entergy, CLECO, SWEPCO, your co-ops. Those guys still have to have the distribution lines, the transmission lines, the infrastructure to dispatch. Those guys still have to be around, so you don't get rid of Entergy or CLECO or SWEPCO, and all the things that are being pointed to here you still have to pay for. The transmission, the distribution, the grid resilience, the grid modernization, all of that you would still have to pay for. The opportunity there lies, if we were going to do that research, in the proposition that competitive providers can provide generation and only generation cheaper than regulated businesses could provide it. And another argument in support of it is that they can package services in a different way. They could maybe tell a client, if you want to buy all renewables, I can give you all renewables. So a little more functionality. If the docket was to stay open, we would continue and conclude our analysis on that economic proposition. We haven't done it. We've got a lot of data in. We haven't done it, and so I can't sit here today and give you an answer one way or another. But what I will tell you is, not only do you not get rid of your current provider, it's not deregulation. We would actually have to increase regulation. If we went to full retail access, we would have to create a Consumer Protection Bureau to make sure that companies weren't out there selling products that were not in the public interest. And we would also have to enforce resource adequacy rules and regulations. So that's one thing that's on the table, full retail access. The other thing that is on the table is what Mr. Young has been talking about, industrial retail access. And I mean, he said it when he was up here. This is not really about as much saving the other customers money as it's a hold harmless for customers. This is about an economic development opportunity, which we're happy to look into if this docket goes forward, but it's not really about, in our mind, in staff's mind, because we can look at all the costs that are going up, and that is an accurate statement, but there's 2 elements to a rate, cost and load. If Lug gets off the system, they remove that load. So the rate may stay the same. In a hold harmless, the rate would actually stay the same because the costs are going to go up, the revenues are going to come out. So our job, what we were prepared to do and what the data request that went out to do, was to create a rate that anyone who got off, anyone who participated in this limited process, they would still have to pay a rate to Entergy to pay for the transmission, to pay for the distribution, to pay for the intangible assets. We would also have to look at the issue of stranded assets. This was a specific requirement of the last time this commission talked about retail access. Stranded assets, for an explanation, Vidalia is a high-priced generator that was approved years and years and years ago, but it's a high-priced generator. Nuclear units are out there, which are high in cost. All of that was built to serve all of the load. So the question is, should someone be allowed to get off and not carry those stranded costs and be able to go buy generation cheaper, leaving those higher cost assets for everyone else to pay? So we would have to do that research and develop a rate that fairly says, okay, if we have limited industrial retail access, you can get off and build your own generator, but you still have to pay these costs to Entergy to hold ratepayers harmless. So where we are in the docket as we sit right now is we've got data requests out to look into these two issues. When the data request went out with the last report, this request, motion, whatever it came, and we've just been sitting on standby waiting to see what the next step is.
Larry, you have something you want to add?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay,
Larry.
sorry, they got a question from Commissioner Lewis.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And Randy, feel free if you want to use the other spot at the table. We don't make you have to stay in the old time. So Randy, I'm going to start with some questions for you, and then I'll come to Lane, and then Larry, I believe we'll go back to you. So Mr. Young, I want to start with some basic questions. Are you familiar with this filing that Entergy made on January 24th, 2025? That was, as they said, motion for commission guidance and consideration. Are you familiar with this?
Yes, Commissioner, I am.
And if you go to page 14, at the end of that document, it says, Entergy Louisiana LLC respectfully requests that the commission grants its motion and provides further guidance at its February business and executive session, or as soon as reasonable, practical, as whether the CCO docket has achieved its purpose and may be closed, or whether further investigation into a few remaining proposals offers for the benefit of a handful of industrial customers at the expense of all other customers is consistent with the commission's current policy objectives. Is that your understanding of what their motion was?
It's been a while since I read it, but yes, I remember to that effect, including the closure part, Commissioner.
Right, and I bring that up because I know we had some discussion, but I do want us to be clear that we are having this discussion at the request of Entergy. Now, my colleagues and I may have agreements with their motion or disagreements with their motion, but this was a request by Entergy, as you're aware, Mr. Young, correct?
Yes.
And so now I'm looking at your comments to this proposal, and you state that it's a premature closure that benefits Entergy and harms ratepayers. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yes, Commissioner. We believe, and have been saying in this docket for a long, long time, that we believe that the proposals we have put on the table can help benefit all ratepayers by helping to avoid some of the spending that Entergy is planning to do on new generation. The standard ultimately at the commission is a no-harm analysis, and we've fully supported that. We've supported doing the stranded cost analysis, whatever the analysis the commission wants to do. But we're bringing the proposals believing that the proposals can bring some benefits, and so that's the idea. What we've tried to focus on for some time is that there's two proposals in particular that we brought that were called the Phase 2 issues. One was enhanced cogeneration, to do more with cogeneration. The second piece was to do more with renewables and allow direct access to renewables. Still sleeve through Entergy, but direct access to the renewable kilowatt hours. Those are the two proposals we've been trying to get to the table. And so we believe that closing the docket without looking at those two proposals is premature.
Thank you. And looking further into the motion at hand, there was a frame that this large industrial proposal was only serving a select few at the expense of others. But am I hearing you correctly that you're asking us to evaluate? You okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, he's okay.
is that what you're asking the commission to do is evaluate alternative models that might deliver long-term system-wide benefits? Is that the crust of your argument?
Yes, Commissioner, and I want to be clear on that part that, again, the LAUG users group is a group of a number of industrial customers. Not all of them would actually, I would anticipate, want to do a proposal under this, but the whole group believes, or the group as a whole, believes that looking at these options is good for all ratepayers. And so if some industrials can pursue some of these options and these solutions and take some cost pressure off of other ratepayers, they all believe that's a good thing for the commission to evaluate.
Thank you, Mr. Young. And just one more question for you, and then I'll move to Lane on some questions, and then, of course, we'll proceed. Can you, we've talked a lot about the no harm analysis that's the commission's precedent, right? And so my question to you, would you all are open if the investigation and the rulemaking continued, that if the analysis showed that there is harm to residential ratepayers are those non-participant ratepayers, that you would not pursue the commission taking action?
I believe, Commissioner, that I could not get support from this commission on any program that caused harm to any other customers. And so, as Mr. Sisson described, it's either finding that there's no harm or finding that if there is a harm, here's what it would cost and here's what you'd have to pay to ensure that there would be no harm. So you could have both levels. But the point is, I don't believe this commission would ever approve anything, any program that caused a harm to other ratepayers.
Right. I mean, I'm listening and I'm evaluating, and this is a very interesting debate, right, in the political world. I mean, most of you know I've worked and continue to work at a place called Invest in Louisiana, a nonprofit organization that works on issues. And my colleague, Commissioner Kusan, got some years of that work. And one of the other organizations that was there is this organization called the Pelican Institute for Public Policy. Are you familiar with them, Mr. Young?
I know the name, but that's all I know, Commissioner.
Right. I will tell you, Devontae Lewis and the Pelican Institute for Public Policy hardly ever find anything to agree on. And if you would tell me, I would be quoting, and I'm going to have to send him a message, Daniel, his op-ed on the record, I got a hot dog to sell you that I'm going to call a sandwich. But in there, he states that us looking at this is a move that aligns with basic free market principles. Risk and reward should go together, and consumers should have more, not fewer choices in how they meet their energy needs. And he says, by evaluating proposals to allow large energy users to produce or generate their own electricity, when doing so benefits the entire grid, the LPSC may discover new solutions that improve reliability and contain costs. Is that basically the premise of what Lug is asking this commission to do?
It is, Commissioner.
It's practically a quote.
Thank you. Mr. Sisson, I have some questions for you regarding this. So we have not finished the analysis on either of Lug's proposal, the original proposal or the pilot proposal that was entered into the record as contingent of this motion we're discussing today. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. There are two proposals on the table, the full retail access, limited industrial retail access, and within limited industrial retail access, Lug has two separate proposals, one dealing with renewables, one dealing with CHP, combined heat power.
And your assessment as of now is that there is, that saving residential customers money is not the real goal of this investigation.
That is my takeaway. As I said, I mean, yes, cost will be saved, but revenues will be lost. And so you have to evaluate, the revenues encompass more than just generation. The revenues that these industrial customers pay also pay for transmission, the back office, the customer service, all the infrastructure. So you have to replace those lost revenues. And so that's the rate and that's the analysis that would have to be done.
And so you're basically the wire rate, exit fees, and some of the key mechanisms are some of the most outstanding policy questions for staff's analysis.
Yes, and we sent out data requests to get the cost of service so we could start isolating what all these various costs are, and that's where the docket sits.
And if we would deny this motion under those mechanisms we just discussed, what would be the timeline that you think the analysis could be complete?
The clock to start for that information to be gathered would have to start again, because I don't think anyone's been working on it. I believe when I was talking to the utilities, it was going to take a few months for them to pull those cost of services together. We would have to get them, we would have to develop the rate, we would have to make proposals, have technical conferences, so it would go through the year, in my opinion.
And I guess my last question for you is we could, if we wanted to, limit the Phase 2 analysis to this pilot, if that was the will of the body.
I would defer to Ms. Evans.
It's a move on. Staff question. Staff question.
Yeah, after he's finished.
Yeah.
With 3 votes, the commissioners can limit this docket to whatever they want.
Okay, I just wanted to be clarified. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all my questions for Randy and Lane.
I wanted to hear from Randy on his stuff. And also, is Gordon Polizoa here? Are you going to be presenting?
Behind the billboards. Hey, Commissioner, yes.
Okay, well, you get to stand. Good morning, Commissioners. Larry Hand on behalf of Entergy Louisiana. A lot to unpack there, and happy to answer your questions. But one thing I want to address at the outset, as I think Commissioner Lewis's questions clarified, what I filed, what ELL filed, was a motion seeking updated guidance from this commission. And yes, we do suggest that the docket run its course for the reasons Mr. Sissing has said. But bear in mind, this is a policy issue for the commission. It's not Entergy's policy, it's not LEED's policy, it's not Amplify Louisiana's policy. It is the commission's policy to dictate and direct its staff as to where it wants this docket to go. But for the record, I've heard a lot about Entergy. Our motion for updated guidance was supported broadly by a number of other parties, other investor-owned utilities such as CLECO, SWEPCO, many cooperatives, 1803 Cooperative, SLIMCO, a number of others, the Association of Louisiana Electric Cooperatives. We've also seen letters from various economic development agencies around the state supporting it. And the reason economic development agencies are supporting it is because they see this docket as creating a dark storm cloud over Louisiana's future at a time where we have unprecedented economic development on our doorstep. All we have to do is bring it in. And so that's what we're proposing to do, get the updated guidance. But a few things that were mentioned and leaving the impression the Pelican Institute, or whatever that outfit was, must not be very familiar with the generation landscape in Louisiana. It makes it sound like Entergy and CLECO and SWEPCO have a monopoly on the generation in Louisiana. Just so we get the facts on the table, cogeneration exists today. It's a surprise to some people when I tell them that Louisiana today has almost 7,000 megawatts of cogeneration existing online today. There's no barrier, has never been a barrier from stopping an industrial from installing cogeneration in Louisiana. If they want to do it, great. They don't need your approval, don't need my approval. They can do it today, and they can do more if they want. Of that 7,000 megawatts, 75% is owned by LEUG members. To prove the point, if they want to do it, they can do it. And others like, well, what about merchant generation? That's been built in Louisiana as well. CLECO, Cajun's former assets, now owned by Atlas. There's about 2,000 megawatts of merchant generation online and operational today. A lot of it's at Big Cajun. We have thankfully have a new entrant, soon to be online, I think, with Magnolia Power. That's a merchant generator, not built by a utility. They sell their output to utility. That option is available to the members of Amplify Louisiana or even LEG members. And lastly, we have some really big LNG plants in Louisiana recently. Venture Global and Calcasieu and the one in Plaquemine. Together, they'll probably have 3,000 megawatts behind the meter. They're providing it themselves. Again, proving the point, if they want to do it, they can do it. I heard a lot of talk about options. They want options. You remember the discussion earlier with SPP and SWEPCO? One of the issues was needing more infrastructure, more generation, more transmission. Options don't provide that. It's not true unless it's real power, real assets, and you need a utility, one you regulate,
to make sure we deploy the generation we need, the transmission we need to serve customers, do it reliably, and avoid the unfortunate events that happen in North Louisiana. There's a lot of discussion about rates. Mr. Young has a very scary-looking line over there with what he said, rates going up 90%. That's not rates, okay? That's base revenue. Rates are what they pay. If you look at my slide over here, I believe, hopefully it's the right one, that shows a different period of about 15 years starting in 2010 to present. Over that same period, our base revenue also increased about 90%. Why did that base revenue increase 90%? We built about 5,000 or acquired about 5,000 megawatts of new generation. We built transmission. And at the same time, over that same period, the industrial rates, they went down 5%. Let me repeat that. The industrial rates over that period went down 5%, even though base revenue went up 90%. If someone's saying, how is that possible? How is it even possible you increase base revenue and your industrial rates go down? Well, a few things happen when you build new generation. It's more efficient than the existing generation, and you capture a fuel margin. And that fuel margin offsets the fixed cost to run the plant. The other thing that happens is we've added this generation, this transmission, to support economic development and growth. And what happened over that same period, where base revenue went up 90%, we added, our industrial rates decreased, but also at the same time, we had very significant load growth across that period. So as the load goes up, there's more megawatt hours to spread the cost over it, and that's how you see it being realized in the form of a lower rate for the industrials. Why does this matter now? Why are we seeking guidance, updated guidance? This docket was opened in December of 2019. We have two commissioners who weren't on the panel at the time, so welcome Commissioner Lewis and Kusan. I think it's the appropriate time to get updated guidance from this commission, not only because your makeup is different than it was in 2019, but also the economic development opportunity in Louisiana is much different than it was in 2019. In the last 12 months alone, Louisiana has announced, and I can't speak for CLECO and SWEPCO, they have their own successes, but for ELL on our system, we've seen more than $60 billion of new economic development announcements in the last 12 months. It's not just Meta, they're a big deal, but we've had new LNG plants with Venture Global, Woodside LNG, you have Hyundai Steel, you have CF Industries, and before that we had Air Products. Some of these are LEG members. They're expanding, they're growing, they want to be here. And what I hear from many of them, I won't say it's LEG members, but many of these economic development prospects, what we hear is they like what you have. They like what this commission has created in form of low rates, reliable service, and they want a part of it. What concerns them, however, is the thought about, I'm going to go invest, if I'm Meta, $10 billion, or if I'm Hyundai Steel, I'm going to invest $6 billion. What they're concerned about is, what am I buying into? For the next 30 years, when I run my facility in Louisiana, what am I buying into? And it's easy enough to say, well, LEG just want to do their own thing and save people money or not harm them. That's great to say. But when you give up your jurisdiction to make sure we have enough generation, resource adequacy can be at risk. We've seen that in other states. Not only Texas is a good example. The Wall Street Journal has an article on Texas, just took a snapshot looking at 2004 to, I think, 2019. They showed over that period that the amount of money that Texans in the ERCOT portion, which is the I won't call it deregulated, it's a different type of regulation, it's a restructured portion of Texas. In that market, they found that $28 billion is what Texans paid over and above what they would have paid if they stayed with a regulated cost-based model. So my ask of you commissioners is to provide the updated guidance, and frankly, it is your policy. I think the docket's run its course. I think Louisiana's economic development prospects will be solidified if this commission provides guidance that today, in today's market with where we are, there's no compelling need to study this at this time. As Ms. Evans said earlier, 3 votes, you can do whatever you want, which includes, in the future, if we face a circumstance, high rates that are out of control, unaffordable, then you can take further action there to do it. But what is broke, that needs fixing here?
I don't see it, and that's my request for updated guidance from the commission.
I have a question for Mr. Polazoa. Your Amplify group, is it comprised, and you may have more than this, but of Constellation Exelon, is that in your group?
Yes, good morning. Gordon Palazzolo on behalf of Amplify Louisiana. Constellation, Vistra, NRG, and
Right,
Calpine.
wait, Constellation, Calpine, NRG, and Vistra?
Correct.
Anybody else?
Those are the 4 members.
Okay, well, I want to interrupt for a minute. I did some research, and I think it's relevant to the moment. And I want to, because we've been talking for a while, but I want to express why I clearly oppose the continuation of this docket and why I want to terminate it. You know, when I took office 17 years ago, Louisiana ranked about the middle of the pack as far as utility rates go. You know, but this body took it to heart, and we worked aggressively to find pathways to getting rates down and getting the quality and value of utilities up. And this is accomplished in many ways, including we eliminated corporate executive packages. We carved down the cost of using corporate jets. We recovered hundreds of millions of dollars in corporate credits. And now we find ourselves faced with, particularly in your case, a group of historically bad actors who have gone political, and they call themselves Amplify. And they want to create a system that'll take us from what are the lowest industrial utility rates in the nation back to a system of what could be rising levels that will impede Louisiana's future industrial growth. Now, you know, for me, really pathetic attempts were brought by lobbyists to bring this matter to the attention of the Republican Parish Executive Committee in Lafayette, Louisiana, to avoid, experienced commissioners coming into the conversation and convince those RPEC members to oppose the termination of this docket with a resolution. And both Commissioner Francis and I believe that the efforts at that meeting were a calculated ambush on the commission. And that lobbyist did not bring this matter to the attention of myself or Commissioner Francis was the chairman of the Republican Party for a time, nor did they bring it to my attention. And I believe that it was a trap. And I believe that's pathos. Now, the reason that the lobbyists did not include the stated commissioners is that we would have clarified that such a move on the CCO docket would present a clear path for disaster for current and future economic development and stability of utility prices for the state of Louisiana. Now, that docket, and this docket, if approved, would be a disaster and cause substantial rate increases for residential, commercial, and various industrial consumers in the state of Louisiana. Now, through the efforts of this commission, Louisiana has the lowest average residential and industrial utility rates in the country. And the efforts made by this commission to effectively regulate the utility system to keep rates low provided a value proposition which has enhanced the ability of the state of Louisiana to encourage new industrial development within the state. In the last few years, we've added over some $76 billion in new industrial development. And we're now looking at nearly $200 billion in new additional industrial development. Now, we have reached a point that all new industrial developments that are going to come are going to include, construction of new power systems that are going to be largely financially supported by the new industrial customers themselves to the benefit of all customers in Louisiana. Now, a singular example of this is the Meta project in Richland Parish. That project is currently estimated over $10 billion to the state of Louisiana. But Meta is providing the bulk of the cost of this new power system of 2,250 megawatts of natural gas generation. Now, Meta has told me that they came here because of our low industrial rates and our logical approach to regulatory pathway for certification. Now, regulatory certainty is important to investors when preparing to spend billions of dollars on new development. Now, another critical industrial development is the new Hyundai steel mill in Ascension Parish at over $6 billion with 1,300 new permanent jobs. They came here for many of the same reasons, including the rates and regulatory certainty. But I can add that there is one major project discussing locating here, and as part of that build, they're agreeing to pay for the lion's share of the cost of a new nuclear power plant for Louisiana. But here is a fact. if our state were to move towards customer-centered options as schemed for by this group and a few other greedy customers, current pro-growth industrial investors in our state would likely hitch up their wagons and leave Louisiana and not complete their developments. And you have to ask why. Because customer-centered options have never been successful in providing low-cost power in any other state. A prime example is Texas, that has two separate zones. One is regulated like the state of Louisiana, and the other one, which is open market, customer-centered option. And their regulated zone is slightly more expensive than our regulated power system, but Texas unregulated power zones are more than double the cost of electricity than Louisiana. Now let's consider the players' political scheme for this body's help in influencing the Public Service Commission. We should look at their reasons and their backgrounds. The reasons are simple. Greed. These members convinced that they are, even though they have access and opportunity to the lowest industrial rates in the United States, they rather want the unregulated authority to build power plants, take advantage of our system, transmission and distribution, and disrupt those costs of the system, and passing those on to the customers of the regulated system, increasing prices for all classes of consumers. Now, I believe these companies to be bad actors with poor histories that support that conclusion. They have criminal and bankruptcy histories that demonstrate that they do not act in the best interest of society, and certainly not in the best interest of our citizens. These companies' histories demonstrate that they operate on plans which are the epitome of greed. Now, they have argued that the PSC regulated costs will rise, and so they have it in their best interest to beat these costs. But that is a false statement, as under the regulatory process, the Public Service Commission monitors, even though the utilities have the opportunity to earn, their increase in base revenue has actually maintained itself relatively constant for the last 15 years. These lobbyists are not telling the truth. These industrial corporate interlopers are not wearing halos. They are historically black hat companies. For a prime example, the four companies that make up the lobbying group Amplify include Constellation, when it was Exelon also, Calpine, which is it's a consortium about to be purchased by Constellation, NRG, which is a Fortune 500 company out of Houston, and Vistra, another Fortune 500 company out of Irving, Texas. Now, these are top-tier corporate tycoons who want to come to Louisiana and operate outside the law. And let's be clear, they don't come here with clean hands. And let's take a quick look at their history. Exelon, or Constellation Exelon.
Mr. Chairman.
No, I'm not finished. I'm sorry, let me continue?
Sure.
Okay, I'm almost done. Exelon, in 2022, Exelon engaged in illegal lobbying activities. 4 of their executives and affiliates were found guilty of bribing the former Illinois Speaker of the House. Exelon entered into a deferred prosecution agreement to avoid prison time and agreed to pay a $200 million penalty. Exelon also agreed to settle the related stockholder class action lawsuit that became part of that for $170 million. Wait, there's more. Exelon also messed up in California when Exelon agreed to pay $4.7 million to settle allegations it violated the California Independent System Operator Mechanism resource adequacy rules. And Exelon had a scheme of offering how resources are offered into the marketplace, in that they didn't actually have those resources, and if they got the contract and they fished around and tried to find it on the spot market, and they would actually end up providing power but at much higher prices. The FERC began an investigation into this practice after numerous instances in which Exelon was unable to secure electricity in the spot market, failed to meet Casio's dispatch orders, caused strains on the market, and blackouts. But the $4.7 million Casio violation settlement was a drop in the bucket compared to the market manipulation penalties later assessed by the FERC against Constellation Energy Commodities Group, CCG, which Exelon was a component in 2012. CCG agreed to pay civil penalties of $245 million, at the time the largest ever penalty assessed by the FERC. FERC investigators determined that CCG violated FERC's anti-manipulation rule by entering into transactions without regard for their profitability, but with the intent of impacting day-ahead prices. The FERC found that the CCG engaged in fraud and international market manipulation of energy markets. Now, Exelon, Constellation Exelon has also been hit with several class action lawsuits in retail open access states alleging the company engaged in bait and switch tactics to sign up customers on short-term teaser electric rates that increase beyond the rates charged by the utility default provider. Exelon and its affiliates have a long history of market manipulation, unlawful lobbying activities, and flouting the rules. Calpine, in 2002, all three major credit rating agencies lowered Calpine's credit rating to junk, and by 2005, Calpine filed for bankruptcy. Financial market critics noted that Calpine's bankruptcy came about due to their irresponsible behavior contributing to the California energy crisis. Calpine's bankruptcy ultimately cost creditors roughly $13.2 billion. Now, Calpine has a history of non-performance. In 2019, the Pitt River Tribe ended up suing the U.S. Bureau of Land Management over claims that BLM allowed Calpine to maintain a lease on their sacred lands for decades, and despite the failure of Calpine to make an effort to produce the geothermal power system that they were required to do so. Calpine was also, by the way, involved in a lengthy dispute with CLECO over the Acadia power plant bankruptcy in 2005. Now, Exelon has announced their intent, Constellation Exelon, their intent to purchase Calpine, although the transaction's not been completed yet, and I will point out that a significant portion of Calpine is owned by foreign entities. NRG. In 2012, FERC approved an agreement between NRG and the California PSC to settle outstanding legal issues regarding the California energy crisis and NRG's bankruptcy. The settlement required NRG to equate a fine of $102 million. In 2017, NRG's Gen-On subsidiary filed for bankruptcy. So NRG and its subsidiaries must have been subject to criticism over deceptive bait and switch marketing tactics. And in 2022, a class action complaint filed in New Jersey, the plaintiff alleges NRG subsidiary enticed customers with limited time teaser rates, then automatically switched customers over to a higher variable rate, leading to steep bill increases. Similar complaints have been made by consumers in Connecticut and in Texas, a market in which NRG has a high market share and where mandatory consumer guides are, albeit a requirement when choosing electricity rate plans due to misleading sales tactics. So NRG affiliates also played a massive role in the California energy crisis. An NRG subsidiary paid $460 million as a part of a settlement with the Attorney General of California related to the allegations of price gouging and unlawful conduct. That $460 million settlement came on top of an additional $64 million settlement that NRG paid to the FERC to resolve charges that the NRG deliberately withheld electricity from the market to inflate wholesale prices. NRG's behavior was so egregious that the California Attorney General described NRG Reliant as one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, along with Enron, El Paso Corp., and Dynegy, which is now currently a Vistra subsidiary. And a quick mention of Vistra. Vistra was incorporated in 2016 as it emerged from what Forbes referred to as one of the longest and most unpredictable corporate bankruptcies in history, and they decided to rebrand. The Vistra bankruptcy came about because of unregulated, reckless spending and unsustainable debt. Vistra embarked on a spending spree shortly after their incorporation, acquiring 32% of residential market share in ERCOT. Vistra also acquired Energy Harbor that required investigation by the FERC and the Department of Justice. So in August of 2023, the Department of Justice Antitrust Division submitted comments to the FERC regarding Vistra, pointing out that accusations of Vistra could substantially lessen competition and increase prices. Vistra has also drawn the attention of regulatory agencies abroad. 2 Vistra entities were recently fined in the British Virgin Islands under their anti-money laundering regulations and anti-money laundering terrorist financing codes. In a quick conclusion, these companies want to change the system for their benefit, and they want the Commission to provide support for their effort to have blue ribbons in the following reported corporate tactics and practices: illegal lobbying activities, bribery, pleading guilty to avoid prison time, paying billions of dollars in fines, intentionally manipulating markets, intentionally shorting electricity markets, causing bait and switch rate contracts, defrauding customers, price gouging, deliberately withholding electricity from the market, reckless spending, unsustainable debt, and money laundering. You can understand why I am seconding and supporting the closure of this docket.
That's all I'm saying.
Commissioner Campbell.
Roll call. Mr. Scametta, I heard that was about 35 minutes.
2010 minutes.
35 minutes.
No, it was not.
Of ranting and raving. I hope.
It was not.
I hope you got some good insurance because you've called everybody in here. I mean, all these participants, everything but a child of God.
Just reading the news.
Yeah.
Just reading the news.
Well, I hope you've got some good insurance because somebody's going to sue the hell out of you.
That's just reading the news. If you read the news, that's the news.
Well, anyway, let's get on to business here. We've been.
Mr. Chairman, I would like, we have some speakers here at the podium, and with respect to the commissioner's comments, obviously, I think we need to give due consideration to the parties that were mentioned and give them, and I don't necessarily think it is worthwhile to try to respond to 20 years of news. So, but probably more than 3 minutes is something that we should offer these folks.
But some of it's 2 years old.
Thank you, Commissioner. Gordon Palazzolo, again, on behalf of Amfly, Louisiana. I'm not going to try to address, nor can I verify all the things that may have
I'll send you
occurred
the news
with
links
respect
so you can
to
have them, Gordon.
our members. What I can tell you about NRG, and the commissioners know about this, they provided over a 20-year long-term contract going into 25, before they sold to CLECO, steady, reliable rates and power to all of the Louisiana co-ops in the state for 20 years. That's what I can speak to. So when you say NRG, and there's some co-ops in this room that'll verify it, they provide consistent, reliable service to this state for 20 years. Calpine built power plants in this state. And what's interesting, Commissioner Scametta, I think you helped Calpine in one of its issues in selling a power plant and in completing a power plant. So that I found that kind of interesting.
Actually, it was Entergy built a power plant.
Okay. Constellation was just approved as part of a cooperative portfolio just recently when the cooperatives decided to go out and look for additional suppliers. So
Just quickly, Gordon, so none of that happened, what I said?
what I can speak to, Commissioner, is what I know about in Louisiana and what the commission has approved. I have Constellation providing service going forward to the co-ops. I have NRG supplying 20 years worth of reliable service. And I have Calpine building power plants in the state. That's what I can speak to. And Commissioner Kusan, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to address that, but I'm not really here to, what I'm here to do is, like LEUG, support the commission's continued evaluation of a policy. Now, Commissioner Scametta went on to say what would happen if regulations were changed. We don't know that. You're not voting on a policy change today. You are voting as to whether to do a policy evaluation. And Louisiana does not lose by continuing to evaluate. In fact, as Mr. Hand was saying, this docket has been open as Meta has come to the state, as Hyundai has come to the state. It's not prevented those.
What is their position?
We Amplify is.
Let me,
Yeah, Amplify wants the commission to keep evaluating the policy, keep the policy evaluation alive, because you don't know what the answer is until you evaluate it.
matters for this proposal.
What I'm saying, Commissioners, Meta came into the state regardless of whether this docket was open. You can keep this docket open. If the commission ultimately finds that the status quo is fine, keep the status quo. But how do you know until you've completed the evaluation? Mr. Sissong sat right here and told y'all, he has not done the evaluation yet. So, I mean, you have more harm in potentially cutting off options that you have than continuing to evaluate them. It's not, again, it's not stopping people from coming to the state. It's not stopping Entergy from continuing to build what it needs. It's not stopping LEUG members or other industrials from using the power that the utilities will provide. What it could do, though, is provide the commission with options that could lower rates. And that's what we're in favor of. We're in favor of the commission continuing the evaluation because it's not done. So that's what we want, Commissioner.
Gordon, I've asked the industry to bring me an idea so we could create an option to help. And I haven't seen any ideas that I felt like the commission could vote to change the way we're doing business. That's my simple understanding of the situation. Okay.
Well, Commissioner, I would.
Hey, Clearhammer's next.
Okay.
Let's let Cleco talk. Yeah.
Can I ask Mr. Hand questions? I didn't get a chance to talk to him yet. You want to wait after
I think you asked for it. Go ahead.
Okay. Say thank you now, Mark. Sure. I'm just going to ask, I just want to ask some questions to Mr. Hand before I forget his testimony. Mr. Hand, thank you for your analysis, and I think one of my questions was around when you were talking about cogen and merchant generation. So it's your position that under the current model, even if there's no real reason to evaluate a different model because the opportunities exist now, they're currently in operation, and we shouldn't expand it. Am I summarizing kind of your testimony correctly there?
That's correct. It's part of the, there's no need for it now. It's not broke, don't fix it. The cogen market is robust, has been robust in Louisiana under the current regime, is my point.
And I know in the phase one rules, we created a sleeve PPA. Have you gone into any agreements with anyone utilizing that policy yet?
No industrial has brought one to us.
Did you, and I can't remember, it's been some time since we debated it, on the sleeve PPA, did you find that to be a substantial option for the industrial users instead of kind of the pilot proposal that Luke has on the table?
It is one of the many, I do think it is an option. I think it's for ELL would be a 500 megawatt potential option. There are some other sublimits and some protections that Mr. Sissing and the staff put into it. But keep in mind, that is only one of, I believe, 5 or 6 other commission-approved green tariff options. Again, maybe not any of those are exactly what LEG wanted, but there are many, many options for industrials to access renewable energy that are commission approved and through the utility. And there are also options that are done outside or could be done outside of the commission, such as utilities industry building their own solar behind the meter, just like cogen, they can build solar. They could also enter into virtual power purchase agreements with developers if they wanted that as well.
Thank you. And my last question for you is I'm going to take the advice of the mayor and go in some layman's terms, even though I could go a little bit more specific. The question that I face and my constituents ask me when they hear about significant industrial growth, and as your chart indicates, industrial rates have gone down, but we also know residential rates have gone up and consumption is higher. So I guess the summary question that I have for you is, how do you answer this question to say, if industrial growth is the reason for generation buildup or transmission buildup, why should we not evaluate an option to see whether or not they can shave some of those costs off, because the growth is not on us. And that's a question that I get all the time. And so I'm curious to know, how would you advise me to answer my constituents? Why should we not even evaluate a different model? Not that that model will prove to work. I mean, that's the point of a hypothesis, is to test out the theory. But I'm curious to say, when we take this vote today, why should I not at least evaluate whether or not this could save my residential ratepayers?
Yeah, and I'll try to answer the question. If I miss parts, come back to me. But, I think from the industrial growth, it is a driver of the need for generation and transmission. As was pointed out earlier, the transmission, LEG is not looking to provide that, right? So it will still be needed. It will still be socialized as it is today largely, except for customer interconnection projects. But keep in mind, the generation, Mr. Young referred to an RFP that's ongoing, that's separate from the generation that's subject to a docket currently. That's a future, that's to replace existing generation. We have certain generation on our system that is approaching, it's over 50 years and getting older. So replacing that existing generation, that's for the benefit of all. The point I'm making, why you shouldn't consider it now, I don't think the problem needs fixing at this moment, maybe in the future, but more importantly, it's not just a question of letting industry provide for itself. If you were to go down that road and let them leave the system, it will cost customers even more. Because when the first year of a new generator, when you build it, it's the highest one, and it depreciates over time, over its life, generally 30 years for a gas plant. When you lose the sales from the industrials that's going to build it themselves, as the cost goes down, they keep that. And if they were on our system, as the cost goes down, you still have the industrial sales, that's when customers benefit. On an NPV basis, you'll find when the math works out, that would cost customers even more. And look, I get the infrastructure that we have built and will build. We're going to come to y'all for approval, right? So y'all will determine it's in the public interest. It'll be cost-based. You'll look at us for prudence. I get that it costs money, impacts bills, but I think we can mitigate those bill impacts the best way when we have a bigger system with the industry that has been in Louisiana for a long time and rightfully been a key part of our society, but also taken full advantage of the resources and the workforce and the communities we have in Louisiana. I think they should continue to be part of that bigger story for Louisiana. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm through.
A couple of things. Mr. Polozola maybe had some additional comments. I'm not sure if they're closing comments just yet, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to continue speaking. I know there were some questions back and forth, and we moved on. So before we ask any further questions to Mr. Kleehammer, would you like to make a couple more comments?
Well, there was just one other comment that I wanted to make. Obviously, we're in favor of continuing the full Phase 2 evaluation on enhanced cogeneration and sleeved solar options. But Commissioner Francis, I know you had mentioned, asking industry to bring you something that could be voted on. I think LAUG with this pilot program has tried to do that exact same thing. And the one thing I did want to indicate is Amplify would be supportive of the commission looking at LAUG's pilot program as well. We'd like the full evaluation, obviously, but I think I didn't have a chance to speak to that, Commissioner, so thank you very much.
Our door's still open in the future, although we're closed this docket for new ideas, and I think new ideas will come from industry, not from 5 public service commissioners. And we're listening to, we're looking for ways to do better. But I would point out one thing. We still have the lowest electricity rates in America.
Well, I want to address that, Commissioner.
So let me, let's go ahead. Mr. Kleehammer. Mr. Mark Kleehammer.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mark Kleehammer on behalf of Cleco Power.
Could I say something?
Let's let this gentleman here finish his, then you can talk.
I heard.
Okay.
I want to see your facts on that, the lowest.
Mark?
Yeah, I will be brief, Commissioners, because most of what I would say has been covered today. A lot of these facts were covered in your motion. And I recognize that this is an LEUG focused on ELL issue, but good policy, sound policy matters to the state, and that matters to CLECO Power, and I'm certain all of the other IOUs in the state. When we were asked in the last sets of discovery to move forward with a full unbundling calculation, we looked at it, and I don't think it's a 2-month endeavor. I think it's more like 6-8 months to provide all of that information. And the fundamental question, the fundamental issue that we have is, it seems like there is the search for a solution without a problem. Going back to where are we today with electric rates in the state, both on the residential side and on the industrial side. And I'll point to a couple items that we put in our formal comments that were filed in January and February. Between 2004 and 2023, industrial rates in Louisiana went up 1%. In the U.S., they went up 53%. In that same period, industrial sales growth in Louisiana went up 39%. And in the U.S., they went down 1%. So again, if you want empirical evidence of whether or not there's a problem.
Where do you get those facts from? Is that
those
national?
are from EIA. Those are calculations that we pulled from the Department of Energy's Energy Information Association. And we filed those formally in our comments. So for me, the issue is again, is there a problem to be solved here? And I'd argue that there is not. I'll also point out that in my career at the LPSC, I've seen similar charts to these since probably 2005. And I recall in the certification, I want to say the certification of Perryville, absolutely in the certification of St. Charles Power Station in 2016, these same charts were showing a massive unwieldy growth in base rates. And what we've seen bear out through the information from EIA is that Louisiana still retains very low rates. Thank you very much.
Let me ask you, Mr. Secretary Fry, what's the latest numbers on homeowners' rates in Louisiana? What do the numbers show?
I figured somebody was going to ask that. I just pulled it up. I'm still sorting through it. So if you give me a second, I can get that for you.
Okay.
But I'm looking through the February rates right now.
All right.
You finished, Mark? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay,
there's a few more questions.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief on this. Mr. Young, this is your proposal. I would like you to respond to the questions that were, or no, I shouldn't say the questions, but to the discussion that we've just had.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, and I'll keep this brief, but I do want to touch on a few points. One is in terms of rates. So I want to be clear, and this shows the 3 primary Entergy industrial rates. There's the 3 primary rates that Entergy uses for industrials. All of those rates since 2019, the last 5 years, have gone up 30 to 45%. So just like the residential rates, they've gone up too. That's Entergy's base rates. So I want to be clear on that. Number 2, in terms of where we are on industrial rates in Louisiana. So to begin with, the point to fully understand is that it's not just where we are today. I showed you that spending list. There's a whole lot of rate increases on the table, and every one of these we have to show the members and say, here's what each of these items does to your rates, and they're going up. That's the problem we see. But in terms of where rates are today, Louisiana does not have the lowest industrial rates in the country. They've never had the lowest industrial rates in the country. We've shown before the commission in the proceedings that the use of EIA, or Energy Information Administration data, to compare industrial rates is not a fair approach. We think it's a defective approach, and here's why. Other states tend to have smaller industrials. Louisiana has larger industrials. So when you're comparing their 2 rates, you're comparing apples and potatoes. So if you want to compare apples to apples, you need to look at a similar size tariff, similar size customer in the different states. That's what we've been doing as LUG for our own use for decades. We take 30 southeastern utilities and we compare them 4 times a year, and been doing it for years.
Where are we?
What we've seen is that Entergy has tended to be the middle of the pack except anytime there's a tick in natural gas prices, they go to the top of the stack very quickly. And as they keep going with this spending list, all the things they're spending on, then they're more susceptible to go to the top of the stack. But if you look back over time, basically in 20 and 21, they were higher cost. In 23 and 24, they've done a lot better as the gas prices have gone down.
During the Henry Hub spike?
But we've seen natural gas prices the fuel adjustment almost double just in the first 4 months of this year. So you always have that, what are we doing to ourselves in terms of susceptibility of gas prices?
Was that rise in 20, that you mentioned, was that during the Henry Hub spike?
That was, 20 is where it started, and I think 21 was where a lot of it was.
Is that during the Henry Hub spike in pricing?
It's when natural gas prices went up,
I think
Commissioner.
it's on there, 2022?
21 and 22 is the years that it was higher. I misspoke.
66% spike in the price of natural gas.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. And as you increase all this spending that they're adding to base rates, you make us more susceptible, we become more susceptible to increases in natural gas prices. But we do not have the lowest industrial rates in the country.
By your standard?
By the evaluation we've done for ourselves for many, many years,
By your
comparing.
But it's by your standard?
All right.
Okay. Got it.
Commissioner
Okay.
Cusall.
Commissioners, one more thing that I want to address very quickly. 2 points, but very quickly. One is the urgency of this. Look, when Mr. Hand comes in with his proposals to build new power plants next year, he's not going to say, but let's take a break and evaluate options. So if you're going to evaluate options, it's now, not when the proposal is on the table to spend the money. Last point. Commissioner Francis, I want you to understand this is important. In terms of somebody bringing a proposal to the table, the rules right now don't allow, your rules, the commission rules don't allow us to do this proposal. So the whole purpose of this rulemaking was to look at, should we expand the rules to allow more options? So if you're a person inside a company that's saying, and going to their boss and saying, let me develop a proposal to bring to the commission, but the rules don't allow it, and it's illegal right now because the rules don't allow it, but let me spend the money to develop the proposal and go ask permission, well, they're not going to be received very well in the company. And it gets worse because then you have to tell them, okay, and there was a procedure open to evaluate the rules, but the commission closed it down because Entergy asked them to. And they also have to look at the tariff general order that limits what you can do on one-off proposals. So if you want to look at options, this was the path that we came up with to say, let's look at the rules. And this was our effort to bring something to the table for y'all to evaluate. Thank you.
Commissioner Cusall.
Mr. Young, you actually answered one of the questions I had, which was the specific request for a project and not in theory, not the two separate pilots, but a project. And I think that's what Commissioner Chairman was mentioning. And you answered that question. You said that there is no path.
I don't see a path, Commissioner.
And let me get to my question.
Okay.
So the Meta project, did that fall completely within our current rules?
Yes, Commissioner, they decided to buy power from Entergy, and yes.
Well, are there exceptions pending that are seeking to circumvent our standard rules? Do we have exceptions pending before the commission to certain rules?
Well, Entergy has a whole lot of exceptions they're asking for in that case, yes, but that's rules that exist. It's not the absence of a rule. This scenario is there's no rule that allows it, so you're asking to create a rule.
Have there been projects in the absence of a rule, actual, tangible projects that have been proposed in a boardroom, just as you mentioned, that have been discussed with the Louisiana Public Service Commission that had been rejected by the Public Service Commission?
Offhand, Commissioner, I don't know, but what you would be doing is saying, okay, can we bring to the commission a specific project to create a rule that would create a tariff to allow them access to the transmission system?
Yes.
And that would be a one-off, and it would also be after y'all created the tariff general order that provides some limitations. So I don't know, I don't have any recall of that happening.
My question, it kind of begs the question. So we have, and there's a lot of different numbers being thrown around, 75 billion, 65 billion of economic development projects. What are they doing differently? What are they analyzing differently to move forward and make these announcements without the options that you're proposing, I'm missing something here, and I think that's kind of critical. Are any of the companies that are proposing the expansions of these projects and economic development projects, are they members of yours? Are they seeing it differently than the group as a whole? You know, what are they doing differently that's preventing another company, another boardroom from saying, let's go to Louisiana, let's go to the Louisiana Public Service Commission?
So Commissioner, I'm in the room with, and have been in the room with industry for more than 30 years. And so I get a lot of questions about what's our options, what all can we do? So that's always in play and always in discussion. But it's important to understand that when you see all these announcements in the newspaper of projects, they don't necessarily have their power supply figured out yet. And so you get folks that are wanting to do projects, but they might still need access to a whole lot of renewables to make it happen. Or they may still be trying to figure out, okay, am I going to generate my own power? Am I going to buy it from the utilities? So just because you see the announcement doesn't mean they're still trying to figure out what's my options. And that's what, when I'm in the room with industrials, I hear about the exploration of what's all my options.
And so what if I told you that there are billions of dollars of these investments, of these projects that have told us privately that if we move forward with this, then it does risk the investment in the state of Louisiana?
So Commissioner, I would tell you that being in the room with industrials, that's not what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is that we're trying to make projects work to bring to Louisiana, and we need more options, and that's why we brought this to you to begin with.
Is Lug an intervener in the Meta?
Yes.
Meta project?
Yes.
What is Lug's position on the Meta project and an executive summary?
So what we have done in that case is evaluate it and approach it from the standpoint of existing ratepayers and what's the cost and risk that that proposal brings to existing ratepayers. And we have made recommendations at two levels. One is some areas where we think that that risk is being put on the ratepayers that should be on Entergy and not on the ratepayers. And the other is areas that we believe that Entergy has taken some steps to have Meta pay costs, that we believe that more costs should be paid by Meta. And so that's high level, the two
So would
levels.
you, in an even higher level, would you describe that as being supportive of the project, or are you in opposition of the project as far as your filings are concerned?
So Commissioner, we are, we would love to have Meta come to Louisiana. We're very supportive of them having to come to Louisiana. It'd be a great thing. But in terms of analyzing what's the rate impacts and costs and risks, we think there's some additional steps that need to be taken, and we're bringing that to you to explain to you.
I guess, and so I haven't been around long enough to know if that's an opposition or not in a procedural capacity.
Sure.
Okay, so, but I'll just let your answer stand for what it is. And so the distinction, I guess, is a critical distinction. It's like, you know, there are projects moving forward, some of which that have been announced, some of which that have identified electric utility sources, capacity, and so on and so forth, that you are, in some sense, saying that they're not beneficial to the ratepayer at the current amount, at the current time. And then there's these projects that may come in the future that we haven't identified, that we have not rejected or denied at the Louisiana Public Service Commission, but that we should move forward with this wire rate study. And you're asking everyone else to support that measure. So we, theoretical, that we want to move forward with, actual, that we have some opposition to. And I just think there's a little disconnect with the discussion of our economic development arm in the state right now, because we have a lot of activity right now. And the people that are investing in the state, whether it's announcements or shovel-ready projects, I just get the sense that while they are making those announcements with this docket open, I mean, I've been told that it is at risk if the docket moves forward. I mean, and would you acknowledge that there are companies that are saying that their investments are at risk if this docket moves forward? Because it's just, your side is, and you're an outstanding advocate, and, an attorney, but would you acknowledge that there are actual billions of dollars of investments that are at risk if this does stay open? Is that something that your LUG acknowledges?
So Commissioner, I said, we know that Meta project got done, filed in October, November timeframe with this docket fully open and LUG proposals on the work plan. So we know that happened. I have not heard any company suggest to me that it's a negative to evaluate the LUG proposals.
Okay.
And
I'm telling you, I've heard it.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, so now we can acknowledge it.
Yeah.
I've been told, verbally, that it is a significant risk. And so I'm weighing, you've got possibilities of expansion by the outstanding companies that are members of LUG, who are part of Louisiana, they're part of the national and international community, on the one side, but they also have outstanding companies who are here and invested and are actually telling me that it does risk future investment. So you can see that this is why this has been open for so many years, and it's not just a clear picture of who is in favor of it and why from a policy standpoint. From a political standpoint, I'm not going to get into the details, but your organization is a loosely affiliated organization. Is it formed in the state of Louisiana?
It's an unincorporated trade association under Louisiana law.
Okay. And from the partisan political angle, I take it that partisan politics is not typically something that they engage in, knowing the diversity of the companies that y'all are involved with, correct?
I think that's a fair statement, Commissioner. I think from our standpoint, we have a view and a message and that we believe is important. We've been saying it for quite a few years now to anybody that will listen, is our approach.
I appreciate that, and like I said, I respect your advocacy on the topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, just wait 1 minute so I clear up the homeowners' price. What you got?
All right, this is quick looking through it on my phone. I do have my glasses. Foster didn't take them today, so.
Got spares.
So this is EIA data. I know Mr. Young says he has some questions with that, but on residential rates, this is February. It's the most recent. There's a little bit of a lag there on EIA. We were tied for 7th in residential rates, so we weren't number one.
Okay.
Actually, there were 3 states below 11 cents, North Dakota, Idaho, and Nebraska, and I think we know what they all have in common. There's a lot of coal in those 3 states. Right. Everyone else was about 11.5, right around where we were. On the industrial rates in February, we were 3rd, and it was I wasn't going to do any math, but I think that's 1/100 of a cent within first. It was like 5.62, 5.63, 5.66, so a couple of hundredths of a cent. So everyone else was over 6 on industrial.
I got to apologize to Commissioner Campbell. We're not the lowest in the country. So sorry. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead. Mark, are you through with your?
Mr. Chairman, I have some questions.
Yeah,
thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Young, and I may have some questions for Mr. Hand. Mr. Young, my district is majority of LUG's membership. Would you not say that?
Yes, I believe that's correct, Commissioner.
And contrary to my colleague, I have never heard of any risk to any project under this evaluation. What I've heard is that they are having to make real-time decisions on how to proceed with economic growth from those companies, because they're saying, like, look, if we had other options, we would utilize them, but we have to make decisions in our boardroom, what's in front of us today and how long we have that process. Has that been kind of a summary of at least our arguments with LUG?
Yes, Commissioner, and I believe, look, if the options are not there, and then the project doesn't fit in Louisiana, they'll go somewhere else. I mean, that's just the reality of it, and you don't ever see those. And then there's also what is the it? So again, what we try to narrow in terms of what we're asking for to be evaluated, it's the enhanced cogeneration piece, to try to support cogeneration, and that renewables piece. That's what the it is.
And looking across the nation, we are seeing these large investments in data centers and AI operating in all markets, right? They're going to restructured markets, they're going to vertically integrated markets. There doesn't seem to be a preference for them. My understanding, and I want to hear your opinion on this, is that most of their decisions are being made by how quickly they can access power and get on the grid. Is that their determination? Not necessarily whether or not it's coming from a vertically integrated utility or there's cogen. Would you assess that as your analysis as well?
Some of what I've heard, Commissioner, but I will say that I'm not on the inside of those companies, and so I can't really speak for them, but that's some of what I've heard, yes.
Yeah, and Mr. Hand, really quickly for you I know we've brought up Meta specifically, but in your, not to reveal any private or confidential conversations, did Meta send any signal that that because we were a vertically integrated model, that's why they came here, and that if we continued CCO, that it would jeopardize their project?
I mean, I can certainly answer the first part of your question. Is the vertically integrated model important to Meta? I believe it is. I can't speak to the second. Meta would have to speak to that. And I do want to your point, I do think data centers can operate all over the world in different markets. I think they can be successful in different markets. But I think what we are seeing more recently with tightening of power supply, I think we're seeing more across the country, more of those folks looking at the vertically integrated model to make sure they can get a integrated, combined solution of generation and transmission quickly and efficiently. And so I think there is somewhat maybe of a trend gravitating in that direction. It's not certainly data-based, but that's what we're seeing in the press.
Okay, great, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, really quickly, I have a few comments while I have the mic to not belabor this, and I won't take 35 minutes, Commissioner Campbell, on this either. I just view this docket as a necessary and timely investigation of what options that this commission has at its disposal and that it will do to the public interest. I mean, I want to be very clear, myself has not drawn any large conclusions in this docket because we simply don't know what we don't know. We are doing our homework. Now we're being asked to stop our work because what it might find, and I don't think that's an acceptable way to make policy. I don't disagree that this has gone on for too long and has become overly complicated, but that's what happens when we are regulators. But that doesn't mean we abandon our work because the work has gotten complex, the work has gotten complicated, and the work has brought more questions. I think the intent, as I've gone back and read the procedural history of this docket, was to investigate if we can save people money. And for me, it's as simple as that. It's our job to consider any way to save people money. I remain perfectly open to Entergy and CLECO and the other interveners' arguments within this docket. But I think that is where those opinions are probably heard, or properly heard, in an open, transparent proceeding that the commission deems worthwhile. And I believe that's what the Phase 2 investigation was going to do. I think the inquiries amount to kind of prejudging, and an issue we have not fully explored, discussed, or fully considered yet. I strongly believe we ought to continue the work and then make a decision after we are fully informed of all of the risks and benefits that present to this commission. That is what I believe is the best path forward. So I will object to this motion, and I encourage my colleagues to allow this important work to continue because I believe we have a duty to at least explore options, and that's all we're being asked to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we got any other discussion here? Anybody else want to speak on this issue before we vote? And where's Commissioner Scametta?
Speaker from SWEPCO.
Okay, I'm sorry, SWEPCO. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Just for the record, and I can't give the names, but we, like Commissioner Kusan, we've got 2 or 3 deals in the air right now that are about to sign letters of intent. And they've said they want to see the regulatory compact stay intact, and they want certainty. So we've heard that same exact thing.
Well, it's my understanding that the 3 investor-owned utilities and the 10 co-ops all would like to see this docket closed. Is that the way you understand it? Have you
Yes,
heard anything different?
And just very quick, I know the time has run on, but AEP companies have experience in the deregulated market. AEP Texas is deregulated. So I heard the gentleman that represents Lug say whenever gas prices spike, and that's true, that happened. We saw residential customers pay 18, 20 cents a kilowatt hour when they initially went to it, and we became a wires company. But the other thing that I have not heard anybody mention through this whole dialogue is you have to have a clearinghouse for that wires company to be able to bill whoever that generator is. In Texas, they call it a REP. That's a regional energy provider. So if this went and we went to deregulation, our customer
Lane
center.
was talking about having to build out that system.
Correct. That's IT, that's infrastructure, so I no longer have a customer. So if I go read someone's meter and I can't get in their backyard, I don't talk to that customer. They're not my customer anymore. That sounds crazy, but that's how that works. And then what would happen is I have to bill for that lack of access fee to somebody that goes to that person. They pay me my money, then the customer has to dispute it and maybe go through a 3 to 6 month process. That happens all the time. So that's something to think about too from a customer perspective.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman,
Yes, sir.
you want to bring us up to date on where we're at, where we need to go?
Yes, sir. So we have a motion by the chair, which was seconded by Commissioner Scarpetta with an objection by Commissioner Lewis. So we do need a roll call vote.
So we'll have a roll call vote. So,
And it is, and to be clear, it is a motion by you to close this docket.
yes, that's right. Okay, well, Commissioner Campbell, how do you vote?
I want them to
I'm sorry.
go down the road a little bit.
Oh, okay, you want to wait? Okay. Commissioner Lewis, how do you vote?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Cusall, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Scametta, how you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Campbell? Yes. And the chair votes yes. It's 4-1. And Mr. Young, we're waiting. Bring us a project that we get 3 votes on. We'd like to work with
Just
you,
out of
okay?
curiosity, how did Shell get the sleeve project? They brought it to us, didn't they?
No, Commissioners, so the proposal that was before you last year that was not LUG's proposal, it was not Shell's proposal. That was a proposal that the
Co-op?
staff developed, but,
Staff developed? I
yeah.
can't remember the origins of the project.
yeah. So Shell had an interest and spoke to you, but it was about the Luke proposal,
They were not very.
which is
It wasn't what it was.
no longer on the table because the docket's closed.
I got it.
All right, oh, you guys wake up out there. Okay, it's exhibit number 6.
Yes, sir. Exhibit number 6 is docket number S37562. This is Jefferson Davis Electric Cooperative's request for approval of a tariff modifications.
Glenda's over in Brobridge Neat, but she closed. She closed it too. You ever been
Wait.
there?
What?
Approval for a tariff modifications related to transition to a new power supplier. It's a discussion and possible vote on a staff report and recommendation. On April 7th of 2025, JDEC filed its application, which was published in the Commission's official bulletin with no interventions filed. In the application, JDEC detailed its transition from its current power supply agreement with Louisiana Generating to full requirements PSA with NextEra Energy, which took place on April 1st of this year. Because of this change, and in order to provide accurate monthly bills to its members, JDEC is requesting to eliminate its fuel cost adjustment and edit the power cost adjustment to reflect the changes in this new PSA contract. On May 7th of 2025, staff filed its staff report and recommendation into the record, which supported a review of JDEC's application and documentation. The recommendation was that the application met the regulatory requirements set forth in the general order dated July 1st of 2019 and agreed with JDEC that the requested tariff changes should be revenue neutral, except for the customer agreed upon rate for the BPP1 tariffed rate. Staff also found that the tariff changes are in the public interest and met the regulatory requirements prescribed by the Commission. Staff recommends that the Commission accept the report and recommendation filed into the record on May 7th of 2025.
All right, I thought Chairman would Move that we accept staff recommendation. Hoping to get a second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Is there any discussion or opposition to this? Hearing none, it's in the books.
Exhibit number 7 is docket number U37425. This is Entergy's application of Entergy Louisiana's approval for generation and transmission resources in connection with service to a single customer for a project in North Louisiana. It's a discussion and possible vote on a motion for immediate review of interlocutory rulings pursuant to Rule 57, so this will also need 2 votes. In this certification proceeding, Entergy is seeking commission approval of 3 combined cycle combustion turbine generators, as well as some additional transmission lines and new base load. The application was published in the commission's official bulletin, with 10 parties intervening and 7 having interested party status. On March 5th of this year, the nonprofit interveners filed a peremptory exception of non-joinder, urging the commission to find Laidley and Meta necessary parties for the just adjudication of the proceeding and to dismiss the proceeding if those parties did not intervene. Southern Renewable Energy Association filed a memorandum in support of the exception, and Entergy and commission staff filed memorandums in opposition. The MPOs filed a reply, and oral argument was held. On April 14th of 2025, on April 4th, the ALJ issued an interlocutory ruling denying the exception, and on April 14th of 2025, the MPOs filed a motion for immediate review pursuant to Rule 57 of the Commission's Rules of Practice and Procedure, arguing among other things that the MPOs will suffer irreparable harm if the Commission does not immediately review the interlocutory ruling. On April 24th of 2025, Entergy and staff filed memorandums in oppositions to the MPO's motion, saying that they fell short of demonstrating that Laidley and Meta were absolutely necessary to the proceeding, that the MPOs failed to pursue less drastic remedies than joinder, and that the MPOs cannot establish irreparable harm. In staff's memorandum in opposition, it also argued that the MPOs cannot show irreparable harm and that the ALJ reasonably relied on well-established federal jurisprudence. The ALJ referred this matter to the Commission. As this is a referral of the ALJ interlocutory ruling, in order for the Commission to consider this matter, the Commission must first vote to take the matter up under Rule 57, and then thereafter the Commission may hear from the parties who filed the motion in opposition thereto and ask any questions they have before voting on the MPO's motion.
Move to bring the matter up under Rule 57.
And I would, I had a suggestion.
Second.
A second.
I'm sorry, second by?
Second by
Cusson.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Cusson. Any opposition?
And we do have one yellow card. I lost it. From Ms. Susan Miller from the Alliance for Affordable Energy.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
We don't have a motion on the floor. We just took it up under Rule 57.
So you have to put a motion.
Yes,
I
sir.
want to make a motion that
Wants
we
to make a motion.
deny Rule 57.
Okay.
Is that possible to do that?
I can withdraw my motion.
We have to.
And
We never asked if there was any objection,
Oh,
so,
okay.
no, you're okay, so just want to withdraw it.
Yeah, I'll just withdraw my motion, bring it up under Rule 57. I didn't realize that.
Well, and you have a written statement from me there, don't you, about why I'm asking for that?
Yes, sir.
Did you read it for me?
Yes, sir. As the MPOs have not met the burden of Rule 57 by proving irreparable injury as defined in Louisiana jurisprudence, I move that the Commission decline to take this matter up under Rule 57.
Okay. So, that's the original motion now. Who seconded it? Did someone?
I brought it up and he seconded it, but I withdrew it.
All right. Can I have a second then from someone on mine?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion or opposition to that?
Mr. Chairman, I have some discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, and I guess some comments for staff so I can understand. I've been following along and on this, and so staff, the ALJ's decision was on the underlying motion. Is that's correct, right? And staff's recommendation was on Rule 57.
So I just want to make one thing clear because there is a little bit of a nuance here. So your briefing sheet came from the administrative law judge who did not take a position. She didn't have a recommendation for the vote. Staff does have a recommendation. Okay. So it was staff's recommendation. I mean, staff does not believe that the MPOs proved irreparable injury for them to be heard under Rule 57. But if the commission should choose to take it up under Rule 57, staff supports denying the motion for review of interlocutory ruling to affirm the ALJ's decision that on the MPO's request for non-joinder.
So Commissioner Lewis, that's what I'm just going along with what their staff, I'm not a lawyer, that's legaled up pretty big.
Yes, sir.
So I'm just going along with it.
More Robert's here than
That we will not do 57.
Yes, sir, thank you.
I respect your position.
Oh, yes, sir. No, mine is just understanding. And Lauren, another question. I know reading the petition, there was questions about the commission subpoena power. Can you explain what?
Sure. So the rules of practice and procedure give authority, that has delegated authority to the administrative law judges. And, you know, it's Rule 55, and it states that the ALJ may issue subpoenas for the attendance of witnesses at depositions and hearings, and they may issue subpoenas for the production of documents and other evidence at depositions and hearings. Nothing in the rules state whether or not that has to be a party. So we believe that there is an opportunity for the MPOs to request discovery under that rule, and then obviously it would be up to the ALJ to make a decision on that, but until a decision is made on whether they can or can't, they have that opportunity.
Okay, so just for my clarity, from the legal perspective, it was that there wasn't enough effort to conduct discovery or subpoena, which would not qualify it for Rule 57 under your analysis.
So, under the judge's analysis.
Under the judge's analysis.
So under the judge's analysis, she said that, and I'm paraphrasing a ruling here, that they did not basically exhaust all of their opportunities for remedy, and that the issues that they presented would be decided in the merits of the case itself. And so that's why she did not grant the exception. I also have, if you've got more detailed questions, I do have outside counsel who could probably say this better than myself.
No, I think that suffices for me. Of course, this is a complex proceeding, and Mr. Chairman, I'm also not a lawyer either, so I was just trying to get some clarity from staff on this.
More advice on this, if I withdraw my motion not to take it up under 57, and we just
Pass.
kind of let it pass, this is what's going to happen, so
Correct.
does anybody want to take it up under 57 then? Hopefully the answer will be no, and so we'll move on, all right? Right, is that right?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just really quickly, briefly, I agreed with the legal reasonings of our staff, but I do want to, and Mr. Hand and I had a conversation, and I know the NPOs and I've had a conversation, and I've also had a conversation with Meta about finding a remedy to ensure that all parties get the details that they need. And so I want to commit to all three of you today that I will continue working on a viable path, because I do believe it is important that we get some of the information from Meta and the underlying LLC to make a thorough and just determination of this application. And so while this legal proceeding and this legal didn't make it to the muster, I don't believe that the question that the NPOs have posed to the commission is fully addressed yet, and I want to appreciate and thank Mr. Hand for talking with me over this and working, and hopefully we can find some type of way to ensure that the questions that the NPOs have can be answered in a timely manner before the trial, so we can appropriately litigate this case.
The chair is also here to help. Exhibit number 8.
So to clarify, the motion to deny Rule 57 was withdrawn. So there's no motion on the floor, so we're moving on to exhibit number 8.
Yes,
Just
yes.
wanted, okay. Thank you. Exhibit number 8 is docket number U37441. This is 1803 Electric Cooperative's petition for qualification of their cooperative facilities as transmission facilities and approval of transfer of functional control of the transmission facilities to MISO. It's a discussion and possible vote on an uncontested stipulated settlement. On November 19th of 2024, 1803 filed its petition requesting that the commission find that certain proposed facilities be determined to be transmission facilities in accordance with the 7-factor test set forth in FERC Order Number 888, and accordingly that 1803 be considered an owner of transmission. 1803 also sought a finding that 1803 be eligible to transfer functional control of the facilities to MISO, with the proposed transfer being found in the public interest. The proceeding was published in the Commission's official bulletin, with Entergy intervening and MISO requesting interested party status. After the filing of testimony, all parties filed a joint motion to suspend the procedural schedule and schedule a hearing on an uncontested stipulated settlement, which was included the stipulated settlement agreement, indicating that the proposed facilities could be transmission facilities in accordance with the 7-factor test set forth in FERC Order Number 888, and that 1803 should be considered an owner of transmission. Proposed transfer of control is in the public interest, subject to conditions. Staff recommends that the Commission accept the uncontested stipulated settlement filed into the record on April 28th of 2025.
Motion to accept staff.
Yeah, I think they're all.
Number 8.
I'll second.
And seconded by Commissioner Lewis.
I got a question.
You got a question? Okay, Commissioner Campbell.
1803, there's 5 co-ops involved, is that right?
Yes.
Are all 5 of them under MISO? Well, I know they want to go under MISO, but are they now? Or some of them
I think they would all be under the MISO grid.
are they
Their
now?
transmission
I think so,
assets,
yeah.
Yeah, they're turning their transmission assets to the management of ISO, yes.
Okay.
So we have a motion by the chair and second by Commissioner Lewis.
Okay, is there any other discussion or opposition? Hearing none, number 8's in the books.
So under Exhibit Number 9, we have already addressed the report, and so we'll move on to ratifications. The first is a discussion and possible vote to ratify votes taken by the Vice Chair acting as the Commission's representative on the Board of Directors of the Organization of MISO States. And it is ratification of votes taken on April 7th and May 2nd of 2025 by Vice Chairman Skrmetta. OMS filed an answer in FERC docket number ER 22-2363, which expressed concerns that the extension request was too broad and requested action on top of congested flow gates. OMS also filed comments, and could I have quiet in the audience, please? Thank you. OMS also filed comments in FERC docket number ER 25-1802 and ER 25-1886, as well as both of those dockets, ER 25-1802 and ER 25-1886. On the recommendation of staff, Vice Chairman Skrmetta voted in favor of the OMS answer and these comments. Staff recommends that the Commission ratify Vice Chairman Skrmetta's vote taken on April 17th and May 2nd of 2025 as the Commission's representative of the Board of Directors of MISO States.
Skrmetta abstains.
Thank you.
Motion to ratify his votes.
Well, and I'll second that. Is there any opposition, or you're in full support of your votes, Commissioner Skrmetta?
Thanks.
The next is discussion and possible vote to ratify interventions of the Commission. And pursuant to the scope of work approved with the retention of stone pigment and UPC for MISO, SPP, and ERSC participation due to those short deadlines, if advanced Commission approval is not necessary, the Executive Secretary on the recommendation may authorize the initial interventions, comments, or protests subject to ratification at a following B&E. Interventions were filed on the Commission's behalf in FERC proceedings in ER 25-1825 and ER 25-1886. Staff recommends that the Commission ratify these actions taken.
Move to ratify the interventions.
Second.
This is for the SPP?
No, sir, this is for the FERC interventions.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Exhibit number 9, the second ratification.
Okay, and is any opposition? Hearing none, it's ratified.
And then there is one more ratification. It's a discussion and possible vote to ratify votes cast by the chair acting as the Commission's representative on the Regional State Committee of the Southwest Power Pool. It is to ratify votes taken on May 5th of 2025. There are several on this one, so I'll try to be brief. The first voting item expands the existing delivery point rule, which was previously limited to wind resources, now to all resource types. The second approves a tariff revision to combine SPP's pricing zones to create 5 larger zones. The third voting item adopted the tariff revisions to implement a cost allocation method for provisional load. The fourth item adopted consolidated planning process combining multiple transmission planning processes. The fifth implements the previously approved planning reserve margin increase of 38% for winter and 17% for the summer for the year of 2029. The sixth voting item outlines the need for expedited interconnection of additional accredited generation capacity. The seventh voting item implements the ERAS study process into the SPP tariff, establishing a one-time generator interconnection. Chair Francis voted in favor of several of these. He abstained from the consolidated planning process combining the multiple transmission, and he voted against the tariff revision to combine the SPP price zones to create 5 larger zones. He also voted against expanding the existing delivery point rule. And so,
Francis abstained.
Move to ratify the votes taken by Commissioner Francis as explained by staff counsel.
thank you.
Second.
Any disagreements? Hearing none, it's approved.
And move to adjourn.
Move
Do
to
we have any,
adjourn?
do we have any directives?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Move to adjourn.
I'll second that. We're adjourned.
Be safe. Yeah, you're good.